Chapter 2067. Sherpa Huang didn't expect that Han Fei could break his attack so easily. How could this be the combat power of a pioneer sea-state cultivator? As the emperor of a clan, Sherpa Huang's strength was comparable to that of Tai Yuan and Bei Luoqin. This kind of veteran sky creator was not something that a pioneer sea-state cultivator could defeat. Therefore, when Han Fei broke Sherpa Huang's attack, the latter subconsciously thought that Han Fei had already opened the sky. Sherpa Huang cursed in his heart. Although Han Fei and the sword god killed Huang Jingyuan, it was definitely not as simple as the two of them joining hands. Although he didn't know what methods they used, it was definitely not as easy as the rumors said to kill Huang Jingyuan in the apotheosis heaven. And at that time, Han Fei was only in the pioneer sea state. This made Sherpa Huang slightly cautious, wondering if it was too risky for him to intercept Han Fei alone. However, when Sherpa Huang was less than 100,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, their souls collided, and she let out a long sigh of relief. It turns out that you are still in the pioneer sea state. Han Fei chuckled. Why, I am still in the pioneer sea state. Don't you feel scared? Humph! Sherpa Huang snorted coldly. There is a huge difference between the pioneer sea state and the pioneer sky state. It is impossible for a pioneer sea state cultivator to unleash the power of the pioneer sky state unless you use some kind of secret method. Since it is a secret method, let's see how long you can last. Han Fei smiled faintly. But I can reverse time. Sherpa Huang. Of course, Sherpa Huang knew that Han Fei could reverse time, but he didn't believe that this ability was infinite and flawless. Otherwise, if Han Fei could reverse time all the time, what was the point? Wouldn't it be impossible to kill him? Besides, even if Han Fei could reverse time, so what? Although the pioneer sky state cultivators might not be able to step into the river of time, it didn't mean that they could attack the river of time. At the pioneer sky state, their lifespan was millions of years. Even if they accidentally fell into the river of time, it didn't mean that they would definitely die. It didn't mean that he would definitely die. The difficult part was how to find the original timeline. That was the crux of the problem. Therefore, Sherpa Huang wasn't very worried about Han Fei's ability to reverse time. Sherpa Huang said, I didn't intend to conquer the 13 outer skies this time, nor did I intend to kill you. I only wanted to see your attitude. Now, it seems like you value the human race's outer realm, 13 heavens, quite a bit. Sherpa Huang wasn't in a hurry to act. If the Supreme Purity Palace and the Limitless Sword Sect didn't care about the outer domain 13 heavens, these kings would have been killed long ago. The so-called abandonment of the outer 13 heavens and the attack of the 100 demon clans and the underwater human clans were just to see Han Fei's attitude. Therefore, if Han Fei didn't make a move, perhaps a few kings of the outer 13 heavens would die, but it would be almost impossible to annihilate the outer 13 heavens. Otherwise, the human race would only be left in the inner reaches. Even if the higher-ups didn't care, the ordinary people would definitely hold grudges. After all, they were all humans. The so-called inner and outer reaches were only divided according to the strength of the human race. If the outer 13 heavens went to the inner reaches, it would be very dangerous. But that didn't mean that the inner reaches thought they were stronger than the outer reaches. And Han Fei's appearance this time gave the Limitless Sword sect a legitimate reason to throw the outer 13 heavens to Han Fei. Once a person was tied down, there would be more flaws. Just like how Han Fei didn't hesitate to put himself in danger to save the Yin-Yang heaven. Although the Yin-Yang heaven was still saved by him in the end, it was an indisputable fact that he was in danger. It was just that some people didn't take Han Fei seriously back then, so they naturally didn't put much effort into attacking Han Fei. But now it could be said that He Daoyuan, Bei Luoqin, Xian Qingzi, Sherpa Huang, and Kong Shin, the 5 heaven opening realm experts, all hoped that Han Fei would die. Even if they didn't join forces, they were actually in a disguised alliance. As long as Han Fei died, they would still be enemies. And as long as Han Fei was alive, the emperors would be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Seeing that, Sherpa Huang didn't hesitate to state the purpose of this attack. Han Fei chuckled. Is that so? Since you guys have made a move, it must be something that the Supreme Purity Palace and the Limitless Sword Sect have tacitly agreed to. If I don't make a move, I'm afraid that the monarchs of the 13 outer domains will all die, right? Killing monarchs and not touching the ordinary humans of the 13 outer domains. I think he Dao Yuan and the others can accept it. However, I am the human monarch. How can I sit back and do nothing? The moment Han Fei decided to make a move, he was also prepared to take over the 13 outer domains. As early as when the Arch Palace came out, he was already prepared to take over. It was just that at that time he didn't dare to say it. If at that time the Limitless Sword sect through the outer domains to him, then it would really be a mess. However, these experts always like to plan before making a decision, because they had controlled the 13 outer domains for tens of thousands of years. Even the Supreme Purity Palace didn't dare to just throw them away. Otherwise, the image of the Supreme Purity Palace would be gone. Even now, the Limitless Sword sect didn't say that it would give up on the 13 outer domains, but it secretly joined forces with the 100 demon race and the underwater human race to forcibly push the blame to Han Fei. After all, compared to the inner regions, the 13 outer heavens really didn't have that many powerhouses. However, pushing the blame to Han Fei also forced Han Fei to protect the 13 outer domains, which was advantageous for them to attack Han Fei. After killing Han Fei, they would take back the 13 outer domains and drive away the enemies. This way, it wouldn't hinder their rule. This was naturally a brilliant move. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Han Fei had already allied with the Behemoth clan. Moreover, they also underestimated Han Fei's speed of growth. Now, Little Gold should have found Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai would definitely inform the Sword Heavenly Heaven and contact the 9 Palace Heaven immediately. As for the Sword God, he would appear at appropriate times to restrain the Limitless Sword sect, so that they didn't dare to act rashly. Even if the 2 families rushed to the outer domains to ambush Han Fei, at most one would come. Otherwise, how could the Sword God really stand by and watch? Therefore, Han Fei was now fearless. He said, Sherpa Huang, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. The Limitless Sword sect doesn't appear, but you guys have become thugs. Why don't I know that you guys have become the Limitless Sword sect's lackeys? Humph, it's just cooperation. As long as you die, everything will return to the right track. After saying that, Sherpa Huang took action. The octopus itself appeared, and a tentacle stretched out from the countless void holes around Han Fei. Each of those tentacles had a terrifying traction force, and the chi and blood that Han Fei released were almost drained in the blink of an eye. Facing a heaven-opening state powerhouse, Han Fei certainly wouldn't underestimate him. He launched the Infinity Water and the Ultimate Blade. Even a heaven-opening state powerhouse couldn't easily avoid these 2 things. Bam! 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 However, under the strangulation of the Ultimate Blade, dozens of tentacles exploded almost instantaneously, and the Infinity Water caused the sea to flow backward. Hundreds of millions of knife lights, traversing the sky, all turned into the blade in Han Fei's hand. These were all trivial battles, and Sherpa Huang naturally hoped that these means could strangle Han Fei. Therefore, after seeing that his attacks had been blocked, Sherpa Huang once again made his move. Each of his tentacles had a long hook attached to them. The hooks were like sickles, capable of hooking or slashing people. Han Fei tentatively launched the Heavenly God Stab, but it was pierced by the opponent's hook. At that time, Han Fei knew that these hooks could also hook people's souls. Han Fei didn't have any scruples. In front of him, 6 immortal-killing auras burst out in a row, and he slashed at those hooks in the void storm. Sherpa Huang looked solemn. The Han Fei he saw today was much stronger than when he saw him in the Savage Abyss, and much stronger than when he came out of the Imperial Palace. The attack of the heaven-opening state was at his fingertips. This alone was enough to make Han Fei the strongest in the chaotic Azure Sea. However, Sherpa Huang shouted, "Do you think you can compete with a heaven-opening state powerhouse just because you can display the power of heaven-opening state?" Bam! Bam! When the immortal-killing auras collided with those hooks, the void storm spread again, and even the entrance to the endless void was blasted out by the two. At the moment when the immortal-killing auras collided with the hooks, Han Fei smiled. Crafty time technique. Bam! 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 Sherpa Huang's tentacle was immediately slashed into a bloody mess. Seeing that the endless void was about to swallow both of them, the two immediately retreated, ready to escape. Sherpa Huang certainly wouldn't let Han Fei go. His tentacles crossed the sky, trying to stop Han Fei. Heaven and earth manifestation. Han Fei directly turned into a golden body 10,000 feet high, reached out, and the infinity water returned. He slashed out, forcibly breaking the tentacle that was trying to distort his power. Puff! One of Sherpa Huang's tentacles was cut open, and Han Fei's Dharma idol reached out and grabbed the tentacle, injecting immortal-killing auras into it. Rumble, one of Sherpa Huang's arms was crushed. Of course, Han Fei's heaven and earth manifestation was also twisted by the power of distortion. After all, it couldn't withstand this blow and directly collapsed. With a flash of golden light, Han Fei escaped 100,000 miles away. When he stood still, the heavenly opening divine technique came down, and his injuries were mostly healed. Han Fei grinned. The heaven-opening emperor of the 100 demons is just SOO. Your power is not as good as mine. Are you qualified to suppress me with the great Tao? Sherpa Huang's eyes were cold. Han Fei, the 13 heavens of the outer region are right here. You can't run away. Do you think you can resist me and Kong Shin together? Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed and said, "How do you know that the hinterland of the 100 demons is impregnable? What if someone takes action at this time? Won't you suffer a great loss?" Han Fei said proudly, "Since I dare to take over the 13 heavens of the outer region, I'm not afraid of you. I can even give up the 13 heavens of the outer region. But do you dare to give up your 100 demons? I, Han Fei, am the king of the world. How can I be afraid of you, a sea demon? Do you want to wait for Kong Shin or go back to the hinterland of the 100 demons? It's up to you." Chapter 2068. Since Han Fei dared to say so, he must have the confidence to say so. He was not really bluffing Sherpa Huang, but with his current strength, he could easily escape from Sherpa Huang. However, in the same realm, no one could compete with him at all. Even if it was just a bet, if you dared to attack the 13 outer heavens, I would dare to fight to the death. Once he was given a chance to kill his way into the 100 demon clan. Sherpa Huang had to bear the consequences. Anyway, although he had promised to protect some immortal palaces, the immortal palaces were scattered. After all, the immortal palaces were scattered, and he couldn't protect them all by himself. "If you die, I will avenge you." Now, although Han Fei was fighting for a domain, he didn't have to take it. These were two different concepts. Therefore, Han Fei was quite calm at this moment. The nautical panorama appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he said, "You should know what this is, right? With it, I won't get lost in the chaotic sea. Guess, will you return to the base of the 100 demon clan first? Or will I find the base of the 100 demon clan first?" As soon as Han Fei's voice fell, his figure turned into a golden light and appeared 600,000 kilometers away. Sherpa Huang's face changed drastically. Is this kid so crazy? Could it be that, in for a penny, in for a pound, he would go all the way to his hometown? After a while, Sherpa Huang lost track of Han Fei because Han Fei was too freakishly fast. Even Sherpa Huang didn't dare to set foot on this extreme speed. At this moment, another figure followed the tracks of the two of them and chased after them. Who else could it be but Kong Shin of the Seabed Human Clan? Kong Shin came from Zhan Fengtian, so he was a bit slower. Seeing Sherpa Huang frowning, Kong Shin immediately asked, "Where is Han Fei?" Sherpa Huang said, I don't know if he went to the hinterland of the 100-demon clan. But no matter whether he did or not, this war may come to an end. Why? Kong Shin frowned and said, to the hinterland of the 100-demon clan? Is he courting death? Sherpa Huang shook his head. This kid already has the ability to fight me. How is that possible? But Kong Shin recalled the battlefield he had just seen. At that time, there had been a void storm raging for hundreds of thousands of miles. It didn't seem like the power of a sea expansion expert. Sherpa Huang said, when I fought him just now, even though I didn't see him use the power of the Grand Tao, his strength far surpassed mine. He was able to break my Grand Tao with brute force. Do you know what that means? Breaking your great path with just strength? Kong Shin couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, he said, how can his physique bear such a powerful force? It's the Imperial Palace's inheritance? Sherpa Huang nodded. Definitely. His physique had far surpassed that of Tai Yuan. This young man had even mastered the ultimate technique of a martial emperor in the martial emperor city. In the battle just now, he had almost entered the endless void. But this young man had actually used his physical body to withstand the void storm of that level and was completely unscathed. A single heaven awakening divine technique had finished him off. How do you think we can kill him? Kong Shin couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, unless you and I work together, we might have a chance if he doesn't flee. Sherpa Huang nodded. Before you came, this young man had already fled far away. He said that he went to the hinterland of the 100-demon race, but I can't say whether he really went there or not. However, the treasure in his hand can indeed find the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the outer realms so quickly, let alone killed 4 kings in just a few hours. Kong Shin said, what if you and I work together and slaughter the 13 outer realms one by one? Sherpa Huang looked at Kong Shin. It's clearly about He Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen. If they don't come, they want us to be their fighters, forcing Han Fei to fight us first, while they stand by and reap the benefits. Are they shameless? Kong Shin said. Then what do you think we should do? Sherpa Huang said, since it's obvious that we're going to fight, then let's fight together. At least one of He Dao Yuan or Bei Luochen will come, and at least 20 kings from the inner realm will come. Humph! Since we've given up on the 13 outer realms, let's be more straightforward. Don't even think about being a slave. If they don't come, at most, we can just move and temporarily avoid them. I'd like to see whether Han Fei will cause trouble for us first, or Tai Ching Wuji first. Kong Shin nodded slightly. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. Han Fei has risen so fast, but the human race doesn't want to kill him. Instead, they entrust the responsibility to us. That's outrageous. Since that's the case, should we retreat now? Sherpa Huang said, it's not as simple as retreating. Han Fei is neither good nor evil. Anyway, he's not a good person. His words are also half-truths, based on what he did to the Avalon of 5 elements, Dream-Weaving Sky, Taiching Palace, and the other immortal palaces. He really dares to fight. Even if he destroys a few immortal palaces, he doesn't care at all. This shows how ruthless he is. He said that he wants to attack the hinterland of the 100-demon race, but it might not be a lie. He can attack both the 100-demon race and the human race in the ocean. Therefore, why don't we move together to deal with the upcoming battle? Kong Shin said, sure. Of course. Han Fei didn't go to the hinterland of the 100-demon race. Instead, he went to the ice sky. At this moment, Snow City was in chaos, because the army of the 100-demon race and the human race had retreated. Most people, including the Venerables, were cleaning up the battlefield. At this moment, Han Fei appeared in the Snow God's palace with a swish. Seeing that the Snow Lady was healing, he waved his hand and cast a heavenly awakening divine technique. After a moment, the Snow Lady was puzzled. You're back so soon. No one stopped you. Han Fei said, I met Sherpa Huang and chatted with him. If he's not stupid, he won't attack again. By the way, the the 13 outer heavens may become a battlefield, and the immortal palaces are no longer suitable to occupy an area. Help me send a message to the 13 outer heavens. If you don't want to die, prepare to move. They won't be able to escape the great battle." The Snow Lady was shocked. "You mean we're going to gather the 36 black heavens now?" Han Fei grinned. "The time has come. It's almost time to end things with the Tai Ching Wuji." 7 days later, 3 trade ships of the 100 Flowers Palace and the Dragon Subduing Sky were heading for the Dragon Subduing Sky under the protection of the 4 half-kings. On the leading ship, several half-kings stood on the deck. "Hey, the war has just started. Is it really appropriate for us to leave at this time? What's wrong with that? Do you know that the 100 demon race and the human race from the bottom of the sea didn't send anyone to the Tai Ching Wuji? I heard that Demon Han came to rescue them." "Hush! What demon?" "Many people have changed the way they address him and call him the human king." The man sneered. "No matter how strong he is, he's just a king. But what about the 100 demon race and the human race from the bottom of the sea? There are heaven-opening realm experts there. The Tai Ching Wuji has given up the outer heavens. Do we expect a king to fight against 2 heaven-opening realm experts? If we don't leave, we'll die. So, no matter what others think, we must leave. Only in the inner heavens can we save our lives." One of the women sighed. "If Han Fei has already opened the sky, I'd rather bet on him. After all, the Tai Ching Wuji and the Tai Ching Wuji are not good people either. They're all humans, but they turned a blind eye to the invasion of the 100 demon race and the human race from the bottom of the sea. They're a disgrace to the human race." Someone sneered. "Disgrace is worth nothing. Is it more valuable than life?" Hum, hum, hum. Suddenly their hearts tightened because tens of thousands of kilometers away, one big ship after another broke through the void. They couldn't help but be shocked. "Activate the ship array and prepare to fight the enemy. Don't panic. Prepare the cannons." However, as soon as they said that, they saw a big ship appear thousands of kilometers away from their fleet with a swish. However, when they saw the yin-yang symbol on the big ship, they couldn't help but be at a loss. They had never seen this symbol before. When did the chaotic, vast sea welcome such a pirate? However, one of them said in horror, "No, it's not a pirate group. That's the symbol of the yin-yang heaven." "What? Yin-yang heaven?" Swish! Swish! The void continued to split open, and one expert after another walked out of the void. The woman in the lead casually glanced at the Flower Palace's ships, and the people on the ships immediately felt their legs go weak. "It's a monarch, Lord Monarch." The 4 half-monarchs immediately cupped their hands. "Greetings, Lord Monarch." The woman only responded with an indifferent sound. But soon more monarchs appeared. Under the pressure of the monarchs, those on the Flower Palace's ships who weren't strong enough lowered their heads, and some even knelt down. At this moment, 13 monarchs walked out of the void. It was simply shocking. The 4 half-monarchs of the Flower Palace were extremely shocked. Did the yin-yang heaven have so many monarchs? Why did so many people go to the outer realm? They all realized that the war was about to begin. The monarchs had already gathered. Then, one ship after another flew past them. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. There were a total of 22 ships, and all of them were Supremacy Realm experts. However, this wasn't the point. Behind these ships, they saw a huge toad that was hundreds of kilometers long, crossing the sky and landing. On the head of the toad, a figure that made their souls tremble was looking at them. Their legs went soft. "We just wanted to run for our lives. Why did we have to meet Han Fei, this, human monarch?" They immediately cupped their hands. "Greetings, Lord Monarch." The war in the outer realm is about to begin. We can't waste any combat power. It's not a good time to trade. Turn the ship around and follow the fleet in front. The half-monarchs were almost in tears. What the hell is going on? Chapter 2069. In Han Fei's view, the chaotic ocean was now divided into four major forces. First, the masters of the 36 Xiantian heavens, led by Taiqing Wuji. Second, the mermaid royal family, who had revived the War Queen. But Xia Hongzhu's mind was obviously not on the chaotic ocean. Her greater enemy was not in the chaotic ocean. Not to mention whether or not the merfolk royal family could defeat the many forces in the chaotic Azure Sea. Even if they could, it would be meaningless. It would only increase the war. As the saying goes, if you hurt 1,000 enemies, you hurt 800. Now was the last time they would act. Third, the Martial Emperor City, led by King Wu. The Martial Emperor City was only in charge of the chaotic ocean and never took sides, so they would not stand on the side of any other force. Finally, there was the miscellaneous army of the outer 13 heavens. However, this miscellaneous army might have been a miscellaneous army in the past. However, the timing of the Grand Pure Wuji's decision gave Han Fei a chance to unify the outer territory. Then he didn't know whether it would be a miscellaneous army. Now, Han Fei's army set out boldly and did not deliberately avoid anyone, which showed Han Fei's confidence. Of course, the source of this confidence was mainly the alliance with the giant beast clan, the outer 13 heavens. When the kings received the message from the Snow Lady, their resistance was almost at its lowest. But even so, moving the Immortal Palace was an extremely important matter. From the joint attack of the 100 Demon Clan and the Underwater Human Clan, they realized that without the protection of the inner area, they could not resist the 100 Demon Clan and the Underwater Human Clan at all. At this time, Han Fei jumped out and killed 4 kings in a row. It was said that he even met Sherpa Huang, which undoubtedly meant that the Yinyang Heaven was coming out to carry the flag. In the Imperial Palace, Han Fei, the Snow Lady, Hong Yu, Liang Yin, Su Lian, and Huang Jie had temporarily allied. Except for Su Lian, who died in the Imperial Palace, the others had all come out safely. Therefore, only half a day after the Snow Lady conveyed the message, to everyone's surprise, the Wild Corpse Heaven was the first to move the Immortal Palace. How many people did an Immortal Palace govern? Did it involve resource trade? Within half a day, the news of the Wild Corpse Heaven's move reached the ears of the other major Immortal Palaces. Immediately afterward, the news of the mobilization of the 1,000 Poison Heaven, the Brahma Sound Heaven, and the Thunder Fire Heaven spread one after another. In just 2 days, the major Immortal Palaces of the Outer Realms made their move. On the 3rd day after the 100 Demon Race and the Underwater Human Race stopped fighting, all the Immortal Palaces in the 13 outer regions, including the Avalon of 5 elements, moved. Even if there were no King Realm experts present, those half-King Realm experts had no choice but to move. If they didn't move, it would mean that they were alone. And in this kind of war, being alone meant the possibility of being annihilated. Who could be alone? Originally, the inner and outer realms had been separated for a long time, and this kind of ruling relationship was already unstable. Up until now, no one from the inner area had come to oversee the war. However, Han Fei was here. At this time, as long as they were not stupid, they would know how to choose. As a result, the various great Immortal Palaces appeared one after another. The Immortal Palaces appeared, and multicolored light shone in all directions. For example, in the Berserk Corpse Heaven, Hong Yu showed his might and issued an edict. In the past 100,000 years, the Azure Sea has been in chaos again. The sea demons want to start a war. The emperors of the inner regions want to abandon the Immortal Palaces of the outer regions to protect themselves. The Lord of Yin and Yang, Human King Han Fei, has struck the 4 seas, suppressed the sea demons, and protected the outer regions. He wishes to unify the human world, fight the sea demons, and pacify the world. This king is very comforted. From this day forth, the Berserk Corpse Heaven will migrate as a whole. Together with the various Immortal Palaces, we will submit to the human race and uproot the Snowy Sky Sea region. All supremacies of the Berserk Corpse Heaven heed my orders. Activate the protective array and pass down the order that the Berserk Corpse Heaven is not to head out to sea. Return to the city immediately. In 2 hours, the entire race will migrate. Every immortal palace had a protective array when it was first established. The core of the array was the immortal palace. The immortal palaces migrated, and the city set up camp. However, how could the entire immortal palaces be kept a secret? Not only did the 100 demon race and the underwater human race know, even the Grand Pure One knew. In the inner realms, He Daoyuan, Xian Qingzi, Bei Luochen, and company were gathered. Bei Luochen cursed immediately. The Chaos Heavens has sealed the skies again. Every time there is a major event, they don't participate in the war. All they do is seal the skies. That bastard, Grand Pure One, has long been removed. He Daoyuan said indifferently, "Do you think you can kill him? He's the only body, cultivator sovereign. Even with the combined strength of the two of us, it's difficult to kill him. What can you do to him? Forget it. The Chaos Heavens has always been like this. Since you don't participate in the war, don't get in the way." Xian Qingzi said, "The 100 demon race and the underwater human race sent news that if we don't participate in the war, they will directly migrate their entire race. They are unwilling to fight Han Fei and company. Furthermore, Sherpa Huang said that Han Fei has embarked on a body-tempering path like Grand Pure One. Furthermore, he's even stronger than Grand Pure One. When he clashed with Han Fei was able to fight him to a standstill at the Sea Expansion Realm. He even used his strength to tear through his great Tao." Bei Luochen's expression could not help but turn ruthless. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have besieged the Sword God Palace. Killing that punk Han Fei was the right path to take. Now that he's fully fledged, if we still can't kill him when he's still at the Sea Expansion Realm, where will we go once he splits open the heavens?" Bei Luochen was also panicking at this point. The main reason was that Han Fei's speed of growth was too terrifying. Some kings needed tens of thousands of years to grow, but this kid just had to be born. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and his strength had skyrocketed. Xian Qingzi added, "Something was amiss the moment he came out of the Dharch Palace. It's likely that he obtained quite a significant heritage in the Dharch Palace." He Daoyuan said, "Ever since the War Queen awakened, not only has she not attacked the inner 13 heavens, but she has also curtailed the Merfolk royalty's range of activity. I wonder what her intentions are." Bei Luochen said, "I have some guesses. Back then, the War Queen was said to have left the chaotic Azure Sea, but after 100,000 years, she suddenly appeared here. Furthermore, she kept an extremely low profile. Could it be that she failed to leave the chaotic Azure Sea back then and was severely injured for some reason? Otherwise, with her strength, do you think we're her match?" He Daoyuan sighed slightly. "If we really attack this time, I'm afraid the Grand Pure Everlasting Sect will lose all its prestige." Bei Luochen said, "It's better than dying in the end. Who would have thought that even Sherpa Huang and Kong Shin couldn't defeat Han Fei? Also, there are only a few monarchs in the outer 13 heavens. They are less than the number of monarchs in the everlasting sky. They are a burden. Since Han Fei has taken over the outer 13 heavens, he has to bear this responsibility. This time he can't escape. This is the best time to kill him before he splits open the heavens." He Daoyuan said, "Looks like that's the only way. However, even if we attack, we can't be without a leader. The sword, God won't just sit back and watch. If you and I attack the outer realm, even if the inner realm doesn't have to worry about the Merfolk royalty, they have to be wary of the sword god's sneak attack. Therefore, it's time to release Yun Tianhe's seal." Bei Luochen's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. He Daoyuan said, "Yun Tianhe has been the leader of the Everlasting Sky sect for so many years. I don't believe that he hasn't reached the end of the Sea Expansion Realm. I've long noticed that there is a seal on him. You must have spent a lot of effort to hide him. You and I go to the outer realm, and they stay. If the sword god comes, we can still deal with him. If the merfolk royalty comes, the Grand Pure Sky sect will definitely come out of seclusion. That would be the best arrangement. Bei Luochen nodded slightly and didn't speak again. 8 days after the end of the war. The outer 13 heavens. Huge cities appeared one after another in the ice and snow sky sea. There were a total of 13 giant cities, towns and villages of all sizes, and immortal palaces above their heads. Whenever there was a major event, ordinary people only felt that although the king's words were terrifying, the lively scene of the human race being united was unprecedented. If it weren't for the fact that the major cities hadn't lifted the ban, the experts of the various races might have already begun to visit each other. At this moment, the kings of the ice and snow sky gathered. Lei Qing of the thunder fire sky, Snow Lady of the ice and snow sky, Wei Yan of the dark underworld sky, Hong Yu of the mad corpse sky, Liang Yin of the Brahma sky, Shi Yi of the wandering soul sky, Hua Qianyue of the hundred flowers palace, Wu Qingyin of the clear sky, Huang Jie of the thousand poison sky, and Su Lingfeng of the windslayer sky. The masters of the 10 great immortal palaces from the outer realm were all present. The Avalon of 5 elements, soul refinement sky and blood evil sky, which had lost their palace masters, could only send their strongest half-king candidates to participate. I'm treading on thin ice when I'm having a meeting with the kings. I can't even get a word in. Lei Qing said, Snow Lady, since King Han, human king, wants to summon us. Why haven't we seen him in 2 days? Huang Jie said, what's the hurry? Yin Yang Sky hasn't arrived yet. They're probably rushing over from the inner realm. Hua Qianyue said, everyone, did you ally with Yin Yang Sky long ago? Why don't I know anything about this? Wu Qingyin said, I don't know either. However, since Human King can take over the outer realm, I must have given up on this. If Human King dares to accept it, I'll follow him. Hong Yu, what's there to be afraid of? Lord Human King can even kill Huang Jingyuan. How about you guys? Don't worry about what you shouldn't. The human race is unified. This is a great era. In my opinion, the Grand Pure One should have unified the human race long ago. Lu Xiantian went their own way, and everyone had to be independent. Now that they're here, won't they gather together? Everyone was speechless when they heard Hong use words. You were the one who supported Tai Ching back then. Now that Han Fei is so powerful, you've forgotten about Tai Ching in the blink of an eye. Suddenly the void shook. The kings all looked up. Swish, swish, swish. One king after another stood proudly on the snowy sky. In the end, when a pioneer sea state toad jumped out, the kings couldn't help but gasp and exclaim, giant beasts! Swish! Han Fei stood on the toad's head and looked at the kings. Looks like you're all fast. Chapter 2070. The moment Han Fei appeared, the monarchs of the outer 13 skies were shocked. These monarchs were all from Yin Yang Heaven and Waterwood Heaven. Didn't Yin Yang Heaven just come out of the savage abyss? Where did so many monarchs come from? Also, why would the monarch of the giant beast clan appear with Han Fei? Fortunately, only one giant beast had come. Everyone guessed that it might be a giant beast that Han Fei had subdued. Huang Jie sighed. It seems that Yin Yang Heaven has indeed recovered. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't taken Yin Yang Heaven seriously before. They thought that a celestial palace that had been in decline for many years wouldn't be able to rise again without 10,000 years of recuperation. However, the truth was that in just 100 years, Yin Yang Heaven had produced 13 monarchs. In the chaotic ocean, although the heaven-opening realm was actually a dominating existence, the monarchs were also the top combat power in the chaotic ocean. Once one entered the monarch path, all living beings were ants. This was not just a saying. To be able to become a king, which one of them wasn't blessed with luck and had outstanding talent. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the kings for not having a clear enough understanding of the sea expansion realm and the Source Sea. Han Fei didn't waste any more time. He said, I am Han Fei, the master of Yin Yang Heaven. Since I stand up today, I will protect the outer 13 skies. No matter what grudges there were between Yin Yang Heaven and the outer celestial palaces in the past, I will write them off today. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, when Yin Yang Heaven was in trouble, many people just stood by and watched. Now, the inner area didn't care about the outer area, but it was Han Fei's turn to protect the celestial palaces. It was really ironic. Han Fei said, Many of you are veteran monarchs. Maybe you have seen the previous monarchs. Since the previous monarch Wang Dongdu, the people have not been unified since you divided the 36 Suantians. The monarchs are fighting on their own and scattered. If it weren't for the deterrence of the Grand Pure Wuji, you might have been swallowed by the 100 demons and the human race. I don't mean to unify the 36 Suantians of the human race immediately, but the human race should be united in front of a great enemy. Since all of you are here, why are the celestial palaces so far away? Why don't we just come together and become one? At this time, Heavenly King Spectral Souls Gu Shi said, Human King, now that things have come to this, it is not difficult for us to merge. However, if we only have kings, how are we going to face the 100 demon race and the human race, who are at the heaven opening stage? If all the immortal palaces merge, will they be wiped out by the other party? Han Fei asked back, How long has the sky of drifting specters been independent of the outer sea? Has it been destroyed? Was it Shi Huang who couldn't beat you? Or was it Kong Shen who couldn't beat you? Gu Shi really wanted to say, back then, it was he Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen's fame that held the fort. Now, have you opened the sky? Han Fei seemed to be waiting for Gu Shi's answer. Seeing that Gu Shi didn't speak, he sneered. It seems that you think I'm not strong enough. After that, Han Fei took a step forward, and his momentum soared sharply. A pressure that was almost beyond the scope of the Pioneer Sea realm pressed against the king level that Gu Shi was not familiar with. Han Fei said coldly, Remember this. In my eyes, you're worthless. I've killed many kings. I've slaughtered a sovereign realm expert before. I don't need your loyalty, nor do I need the loyalty of the 13 outer heavens. However, the premise is that no one is allowed to question me. Do you understand? Han Fei's eyes were like torches, and his pressure made Gu Shi bleed. Han Fei was as domineering as usual. For him, the reason why the people of the 13 outer heavens could survive was that Han Fei didn't attack them. Whether it was the 100 demon race or the human race, if Han Fei really wanted to kill them, who could resist him? Under Han Fei's gaze, Gu Shi was horrified. He couldn't even resist Han Fei's pressure when they were in the same realm. But this piercingly cold, killing intent and fierce might really made him feel powerless to resist. Seeing that Luo Xiaobai was looking at him, Han Fei retracted his pressure and returned to normal. He said, The 100 demon race and the human race are my enemies. The Grand Pure Wuji is also my enemy. I might as well tell you that I'm going to kill them. You have no choice. You can either follow me and watch the human race unify and return, or you can leave on your own. I won't see you off. Hong, you looked around and saw that the kings were silent. He immediately stood up and shouted, If this man can't even understand the general trend of the human race, wouldn't he have lived for 100,000 years in vain? The Grand Pure Wuji is tyrannical. He said that the inner area is difficult, and we're not strong enough to stay there. In fact, he just doesn't like us. Son of a B*TCH, I've long found them an eyesore. Our human race has long needed an expert like the human King Han Fei to hold the fort, and not that Tai Ching Wuji who doesn't even treat us as his own people. Anyway, since I, Hong Yu, am willing to follow the human king and fight for the human race, I'm willing to follow him. The kings were speechless. How shameless! Hong Yu, where's your integrity? Hee hee, At this moment, Huang Jie stood up and sneered. In my opinion, you're all used to being the masters of the immortal palace. You're just kings after all. You're all selfish and don't want to give up your status as spiders of the immortal palace. I think it's a good choice for Han Fei to be the human king and unify the outer area. At least, this is the first time the outer 13 skies have the confidence to challenge the 100 demon race and the oceanic race. Snow Lady, the Binghua sky is willing to serve Han Fei as the human king. Liang Yin, the Brahma Sound sky is willing to serve Han Fei as the human king. With Hong Yu and Snow Lady as examples, the other immortal palaces could only agree. As for the Avalon of 5 elements, they didn't even dare to say a word. Just as the kings were expressing their willingness to compromise, the void suddenly shook. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 8 kings appeared. The one in the lead was Han Xian. Ever since Han Fei found the masters of the immortal palace who had disappeared, they hadn't gone back. The main reason was that the sea was too far away and it was easy to get lost. It would take a long time to walk back and forth, so they might as well stay in the chaotic Azure Sea for now. This was also the reason why they appeared together with Han Xian. Han Xian? Li Yingtian? Didn't they say that Ashen Sky had already fallen? Gao Bieli? Lihan Sky is still there. When the kings attacked the investiture sky, there were only the leaders of the major pirate groups. Those who could recognize these people were old acquaintances. Seeing the former kings appear one after another, they already knew how many people Han Fei had found this time. Swish, 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 a big ship appeared outside the snow god's palace. The kings looked again and saw the fleets of the witch pirates. The Red Fire pirates, the Gale pirates, and the Misfortune pirates had arrived. Qin Guangjie yelled, Lord Human King, the 4 pirate groups have gathered and are waiting for your command. Han Fei smiled and said casually, retreat 10,000 kilometers away. We'll join the army soon. Han Fei had thought of looking for other pirate groups before, but the mermaid pirates would definitely come to help him. The plunderer pirates had been destroyed by him. The peace pirates were still in the martial Emperor city. The divine church pirates were nowhere to be seen, and they seemed to be active in the 100 demon tribe. The immortal pirates were not the same kind, so Han Fei did not look for them at all. In the end, he could only subdue the Misfortune pirates and the other 3 pirate groups. Although the Snow Girls and Huang Jie had expected this, they didn't expect that there would be 35 kings in the 13 outer heavens besides Han Fei. If Han Fei and the Toe Behemoth were included, there would be as many as 37 kings. Excluding the heaven-opening state, this strength was at least on par with the 100 demons and the sea humans. However, some people thought, what did Han Fei just say? Let the pirate groups join the army? That's it. Han Fei didn't care about what they thought. He said, in half a day, the immortal palaces will gather here. All the venerables will gather here. Tomorrow morning, we'll go on the expedition. Now that Han Fei's power was established, no force could stop him. Even though the kings gathered by Han Fei might not be of one mind with Han Fei, no one would disobey Han Fei at this time. This was the general trend. As the various main cities approached one another, the borders of the main cities were packed with people. Many people would never be able to visit the main cities of the other immortal palaces in their lives. In the past, only venerables could go there, but now they were all gathered together. Someone exclaimed, Look, that's the 100 Flowers Palace. I can smell the fragrance from thousands of miles away. Wow, I heard that there are beauties in the 100 Flowers Palace. Won't we have a chance in the future? Someone was horrified. What's that? Poisonous clouds cover it. That's the 10,000 poison sky. Someone was shocked. It's a paradise for poison cultivators. It's said that even the spiritual energy in the 10,000 poison sky is poisonous. We must not go there. Countless women screamed. That green cloud that's circling, multicolored light radiating for 1,000 miles. Is that clear sky heaven? It said that there are many miscellaneous cultivators in the clear sky, and the men are gentle. There often soared cultivators in white clothes. Won't they be by our side in the future? This day was destined to be recorded in history. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Those who were happy were mostly not strong, and were below the explorer level. Those who were sad were mostly explorer level powerhouses. They could not participate in the battle, but everyone knew that they would be useful in the future. Venerables and above were mostly alone. After all, ordinary people could not live to their age. At this moment they were nervous. If no powerhouses returned, they would be buried in a foreign land. A great venerable drank in the sky. I didn't expect that the venerables are just ants in the torrent of the general trend. Chapter 2071. The next day, the 10 lords of the 13 outer heavens, together with 7,102 venerables and 200 ships, gathered outside the ice and snow sky, together with the 22 ships from the Yin Yang heaven and the Shuemu heaven, as well as the 13 ships from the 4 pirate groups. There were 235 ships in total. In the distance above the sky, a golden body, 10,000 feet high, stepped on the void, crossing the main cities of the 13 outer heavens that had already gathered, and was slowly approaching. Wherever the golden body passed, everyone who saw it was horrified. Someone was shocked. Hiss! He's 10,000 feet tall, and his aura is soaring into the sky. Which overlord is this? Someone already had a guess. After all the immortal palaces had come at Han Fei's summon. The lords had already told the humans under their jurisdiction the purpose of this migration. Therefore, the moment Han Fei appeared, almost everyone who saw him realized who he was. Is this the human lord? Gulp! Someone swallowed and was shocked. Who the hell told me that Han Fei was a human devil? How could the word human demon taint his magnificent body? Han Fei stepped in the void, and his voice shook the world, echoing within hundreds of thousands of miles. My name is Han Fei, the Lord of the Yin Yang heaven. In order to restore the prosperity of the human race, I invited the lords of the 13 outer heavens, the silver moon heaven, the white cloud heaven, the flying feather heaven, the 9 palace heaven, the misfortune pirates, the demon girl pirates. With a total of 25 profound heavenly powers, I fought against 100 demons. In the past 100,000 years, the human race had fallen apart and was no longer a strong race. Back then, there were trillions of humans and venerables. Although it was the end of the Dharma age, the human lord went east, the sea demons retreated, and the mermaids disappeared. But now, the sea demons are oppressing us and trapping us in the immortal palace. I live in fear every day, and I might die in the sea. My name is Han Fei, and I'm willing to be the human lord of the present age. I'm willing to lead the army to fight the sea demons and the human race at the bottom of the sea with the power of 25 profound heavenly powers. For the human race, I'll kill the enemy and create a prosperous world. Han Fei's words were heavy and shocking. How could the hearts of mortals listen to such scorching words? In an instant, an indescribable emotion swept through the hearts of countless people in the various immortal palaces. Someone had tears streaming down his face. It turns out that in this world, there are always experts who bear the heavy responsibilities for us, who carry the burden for us. Although my strength is weak, I only hope that the human king will return victorious and create a golden age for the world. Someone had a solemn expression as he bowed to the golden giant. May the human king return victorious. When Han Fei walked past the major cities, except for those who were familiar with Han Fei in the Yin Yang heaven, even Han Fei's uncle Han Xian and sister Han Yin, couldn't help but look solemn. Han Xian couldn't help but sigh. Han Guanqiu, why do you have such a good son? Han Yin cupped her fists and said, So this is my brother. At that moment, tens of thousands of people prayed to the heavens and shouted, May the human king return victorious. And Han Fei, the power of will in his heart, skyrocketed. Once again, he felt the opportunity to open the sky. However, Han Fei calmly suppressed the opportunity. Humph, now is the time for me to fight the enemies. Don't bother me with the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Han Fei came to the front of the array. 235 ships, 35 venerables and 8,098 venerables. It could be said that all the forces of the outer domain were here. Han Fei stood still and shouted, "In the chaotic ocean, the human clan is the king. Everyone, follow me to conquer the ocean, quell the riots, and create a golden age for the human clan." What? Is he crazy? Sherpa Huang was dumbfounded when he heard that Han Fei led the army to fight the 100 demons. Isn't this King crazy? Didn't you say that you wanted to slaughter the Grand Pure Wuji? We both retreated. Is there something wrong with your brain? You want to fight so soon? A king said, "Your Majesty, I've already been to the base camp of the human clan. That bastard Han Fei actually abandoned the entire 13 heavens and all the ordinary people below the venerable level. He came with dozens of kings and all the venerables. He's going to fight us to the death." Sherpa Huang smashed an undersea volcano with a slap and yelled, "I knew that this kid is not a good person. Why would such a person come to protect the 13 heavens? He's here to steal the power of the 13 heavens. It's funny that he Dao Yuan and Xian Qingzi used their humanity on Han Fei. This time, they have no humanity at all." Feeling guilty, the king said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, what about the camp behind the 13 heavens? Should we attack them?" Sherpa Huang glanced at him coldly. "Is there something wrong with your brain? What's the point of killing a bunch of ants? Haven't the army of the human clan arrived yet? Hurry up and hurry them. If they don't come, the enemy will be at our doorstep." "Yes, I'll hurry them right now." Right when the king was about to leave, Sherpa Huang suddenly said, "Wait a moment, Your Majesty, what can I do for you?" Sherpa Huang's tentacles shook a few times, and his brain was working hard. He said, "The ants in the 13 heavens behind the human clan are useless, but they should be able to cover Han Fei's Dao heart, right? Even if they can't cover his Dao heart, they can at least cover the Dao heart of everyone else who participated in this battle, right?" Sherpa Huang sneered and threw a jade slip over. "Since he Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen haven't arrived yet, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go and hurry Kong Shun and don't come back. Ask Kong Shin to send a king to the human clan's rear with you. When the jade is broken, kill them and wipe out the billions of humans in the 13 heavens." Huh. The king was shocked. Kill so many people at once? Was he really going to do that? Sherpa Huang said, "Zhang Fei, I know this will affect your Dao heart, but don't worry. But don't worry if this matter succeeds and we achieve a great victory, although I can't let you go through the heavenly tribulation and open the sky. I can give you resources and teach you the method to quickly reach the peak of the sea expansion stage. Although I can't let you go through the heavenly tribulation. It's up to you." The king was shocked. How could he refuse at this time? No matter whether it was true or not, he didn't dare to refuse. Zhang Fei said, "Your Majesty, Zhang Fei will complete the mission." "Okay." After Zhang Fei retreated, Sherpa Huang's gaze turned cold. After a moment of silence, his silhouette suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. 3 days later, Han Fei's army was still on the way. When he Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen appeared in the 13 heavens, they didn't feel good. Bei Luochen said not good. Han Fei is so cruel. Why did he just leave so many people here? Now, even if only one king of the 100 demons and the human clan comes, or even some venerables, they can turn this place upside down, right? He Dao Yuan narrowed his eyes and scanned the area several times with his perception. Then he said they did give up. "It seems that we underestimated Han Fei. He risked his life to save the Yin-Yang heaven, but it turned out to be just a facade. He gave up so many people like a heretic. This time he is determined to slaughter the 100 demons and the human clan." Bei Luochen asked, "Should we let them fight first?" He Daoyuan shook his head slightly. Now that things have come to this, we have to take action. Otherwise, if Sherpa Huang and Kong Shin really avoid the battle and escape, Han Fei's next target must be the Grand Pure Wuji. This is the outer domain, and the power that Han Fei can use is limited. But in the inner domain, I'm not sure if he has a way to pry open the royal family of the mermaids. Bei Luochen asked, Then are we just going to leave these people here? He Daoyuan sneered. Anyway, they are all people that Han Fei has left behind. Let them fend for themselves. Anyway, you and I can't do anything to them. 1 month later. Hum. Many large ships had crossed the ocean and appeared here. On the Avenger, Xia Shaochan and Han Fei stood at the bow. Xia Shaochan said, Where have you been these days? Why didn't you ask the royal family of the mermaids for help? Although there is no war between the royal family of the 100 demons and the human clan at the bottom of the sea, they're not on good terms. If I asked my mother, she would at least help us restrain the Grand Pure Wuji. But now, Senior Sword God is not here, and we don't even have a heaven-opening state cultivator. How can we fight this battle? Before Han Fei spoke, Luo Xiaobai said, Don't worry. After hiding it for so long, there must be a heaven-opening state cultivator in charge. Although I don't know who the heaven-opening state cultivator on our side is. I guess it must be Senior Mole King, right? Luo Xiaobai walked over slowly. Although Han Fei was radical, he wouldn't fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. The army had already set off, facing 2 heaven-opening state cultivators. How could Han Fei not have a backup plan? Luo Xiaobai said, I'm just confused. If it's just Senior Mole King, it shouldn't be worth taking such a big risk. And Senior Sword God probably won't come. Otherwise, there will be no one in the inner domain to restrain him. So is Senior Taiyuan here too? Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai with a smile. Yes. However, Luo Xiaobai still looked a little confused. But even so, it's not enough, right? We don't have an accurate grasp of the strength of the 100 demons and the human clan at the bottom of the sea, and we don't even know if they have hidden trump cards. If there are only 2 heaven-opening state cultivators, how can we fight this battle if another one from the inner domain comes? Han Fei grinned. Maybe the battle will be beyond your expectations. Let me keep you guessing. Chapter 2072. Under the leadership of Han Fei, the 13 outer heavens charged at the 100 demons clan in a mighty manner. Of course, they were also suspected by the lords. After all, although Han Fei had shown great strength, he was still in the Pioneer Sea realm and was still far from the heaven-opening realm. In this case, was it appropriate to leave the trillions of human beings behind? And Han Fei's response to them was, of course, that everything was under control. On this day, under the guidance of the nautical panorama, Han Fei's expedition army broke through the wind and waves all the way and finally came to a place densely covered with abyssal vortexes. Because Han Fei came here openly, Sherpa Huang was naturally prepared to deal with him. At this moment, what greeted Han Fei and the others was a violent hurricane. Its coverage was probably more than 10 times larger than ordinary violent hurricanes. The entire wind field was so large that people could feel it from millions of kilometers away. The big ship of the 9 palaces, Heaven, jumped out and kept abreast of the Avenger. Han Xian landed on the Avenger and couldn't help saying, Han Fei, there is something wrong with this wind. The problem is not the hurricane, but the abnormal movements of the underwater veins caused by the hurricane. This is a killing array. Han Fei was also a master of arrays, so he naturally found something wrong. So he said, The 2 armies are confronting each other. I have underestimated Sherpa Huang and Kong Shin for no reason. I'll go and destroy it. Han Xian nodded. I'll go with you. In terms of arrays, the others naturally wouldn't stop Han Fei and Han Xian, because these 2 were currently the best at arrays among all of them. In the violent hurricane, perception would be blown away by the hurricane, so this hurricane must not exist. As soon as Han Xian entered the wind field, the Qianji divine and ghost disc changed, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of arrays were launched, and the water vapor in the hurricane gradually became viscous. But immediately afterward, the violent hurricane almost turned into endless wind blades, stirring the void, shattering the crushed water mist, and continued to sweep up. Han Xian shouted, "In the case that perception is ineffective, it may take several hours. It's not appropriate to break the arrays one by one. The best way is to break this array by force, penetrate the wind demon in the core area, and take the sea-shaking wind bead. But there's an 80% chance that it's an ambush." Han Fei grinned. "The water vapor here is too strong. It suits me perfectly. Uncle Xian, please go back." Han Fei was stunned. "You're alone? Perhaps Sherpa Huang is waiting for you in the eye of the wind." Han Fei grinned and said, "Then I'll go and meet him." A moment later, a streak of sword light pierced through the core wind field, killing more than 30 wind demons along the way. Whoosh! With a flash, Han Fei's figure appeared in the wind field. However, when Han Fei took a closer look, he saw an indifferent middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. This person seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sherpa Huang, it really is you. Don't you think this behavior is very childish?" When Han Fei arrived, he said, "You do have some courage, but aren't you afraid that something will happen to the fleet outside?" Han Fei sneered. "Do you think it's so easy to deal with my people?" Sherpa Huang didn't expect Han Fei to be intimidated by such a small force. If Han Fei was so easily intimidated, he wouldn't have dared to bring so many people here. Sherpa Huang said, "Han Fei, as far as I know, you don't have much power to use, right? Even the sword god is not in the outer domain at this moment. What do you have to fight with me? If you have such power, why don't you go to the Grand Pure Wuji? Instead, you come to the 100 Demon Clan to court death." Han Fei grinned. "You waited for me for a long time just to say this?" Sherpa Huang snorted coldly. "I'm telling you, if you die today, I may let go of the old and weak soldiers you brought. Otherwise, once the wind field starts, there will be no turning back for you." At this moment, Han Fei sensed something. The void became sticky, and someone's power descended on the entire wind field, trying to lock the void and confine his body here. Sherpa Huang also knew that Han Fei had found a problem. He said with a smile, "Of course I didn't wait for you to chat with you. Heavenly talents like you are too arrogant. You think you can dominate the sea with the Gemini divine technique. How do you know that this violent hurricane is to stop your fleet, not to kill you?" Explode, however, Han Fei was not stupid. As soon as he saw Sherpa Huang here alone, he knew that there must be a deeper ambush. Therefore, his body of black fog had already retreated with Han Xian and was now at the edge of the violent hurricane. As soon as he found that someone was trying to attack this entire space, he directly detonated the infinity water. Moreover, the infinity water didn't explode in front of Sherpa Huang, but dispersed along with the rotation of the hurricane. Rumble after this detonation. Han Fei's body of white fog, instead of retreating, charged at Sherpa Huang. Of course, Han Fei couldn't defeat his body of white fog, but it could hold Sherpa Huang back for a while. Shockingly, hundreds of thousands of li of the void where the raging hurricane was directly collapsed into the endless void. And Han Fei's body of white fog forcibly burst out the void lines and entangled Sherpa Huang with extreme speed. "Humph! Aren't you afraid that even time will be blocked here?" Han Fei shouted. "If you want to block time, just do it. Let's see if I'm scared or not." In the distance, the fleet that Han Fei brought with him was all stunned. Such a large area of the void collapsed. If the fleet was in it, they would all be swallowed up in one wave. Han Xian had just returned. Seeing the spikes, he couldn't help but change his face. Sherpa Huang is so bold. He even tried to block time. Xia Shaochan asked, "Why didn't Han Fei come back?" Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others also looked at Han Xian. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the 100 Demons clan yet, and they had already made such a big scene. Han Fei couldn't have gone to fight alone. At this moment, before Han Fei's figure appeared, he saw a huge flying centipede pouncing on the human fleet, like a dragon coming out of the sea. And on the head of the flying centipede, an old man was holding a pitch-black scepter and pointing at the human fleet. A black cloud shrouded and surged over. But when they took a closer look, they found it was a dense crowd of centipedes. A king exclaimed, "That's Kong Shin, the king of the seabed human clan." When the giant flying centipede pounced at them, on the human clan side, a huge spinning spear flew out to meet the attack. The spear expanded in the void and rolled into a super water ball that was more than 800 miles wide. On the human side, the kings were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Since when did human beings have the power to compete with a heaven-opening state powerhouse? However, thinking that Han Fei had said that this battle could be fought and that the kings of the Yin-Yang heaven were here, most of the kings calmed down and waited to see how this battle would turn out. Kong Shin was also surprised. What the hell is this? Why is it rolling directly at me? And the opponent also has the combat power of a heaven-opening state powerhouse. BM, the super water ball smashed into the flying centipede. Kong Shin punched, and the black cloud rushed out. BM, billions of centipedes were crushed into powder and turned into nothingness. Kong Shin was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away by this terrible force. Gwa! Gwa! At that moment, another gigantic figure leaped out from the sky. A tongue that resembled a jade pillar that could support the heavens coiled around the flying centipede. Wasn't it the toad behemoth that came with Han Fei? The toad behemoth's tongue was barbed like a blade, and there was a milky white, unknown poison on it. The toad behemoth tore the flying centipede in half. Swish, Kong Shin merged with the flying centipede and quickly retreated. He shouted, "Behemoths, why are you helping humans?" At this moment, everyone saw a cross-shaped blade aura almost run out from the edge of the infinite void. Han Fei didn't use the golden light leap. Instead, he burst out with his maximum speed and rushed out. At that moment, the two merged into one and finally returned. The moment Han Fei came out, the Great Tao was activated, and the Great Tao Convergence sword slashed at Kong Shin. And the Snail Emperor had just repelled Kong Shin and applied a layer of paralyzing mucus to him. Now Kong Shin's mobility efficiency was reduced by at least half. Under the impact of Han Fei's extreme speed, a Great Tao Convergence sword slashed at him. Of course, the heaven-opening state was still a heaven-opening state powerhouse. After being hit by Han Fei's Great Tao Convergence sword, Kong Shin used the force to dispel the paralysis effect on his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Kong Shin retreated, and Han Fei didn't chase after him. Han Fei shouted, "Rest here and wait for the void to stabilize." The first confrontation between Han Fei and the sea demons came to an end at this moment. The two sides had a tentative confrontation, and Han Fei's side only exposed the behemoth bloodline. However, Han Fei never wanted to hide the behemoths. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the toad to follow him from the beginning. Han Fei even deliberately let them know that he had cooperated with the behemoths. On the one hand, it gave the human race a message. At least the human race had strong reinforcements and was no longer without a heaven-opening state powerhouse. On the other hand, Han Fei wanted to see how much combat power the 100 Demon Clan had next time. Chapter 2073. On the Avenger. The appearance of the King Snail, whose body was as huge as an island, shocked countless people. It was also the first time that the human kings had seen the heaven-opening behemoth, and they were all shocked. A king was surprised. "This is the legendary heaven-opening behemoth. I didn't expect that the human king could even find such a strong master. It's even willing to join hands with us." Someone sighed. "Sure enough, The human king can't go on an expedition without a backup plan. The human king gathered all the 25 divine palaces, so the heaven-opening behemoth is definitely not his only backup plan. As for the human venerable realm powerhouses on the big ships, they were even more shocked. In the Thug Academy of the Inyang Heaven, old Jiang said with mixed feelings, Tika, I never expected that there would be such a powerful creature in this world. Look at the complicated patterns on its shell, which are very similar to the Taoist pattern records left by Han Fei. That's the armor of arrays, a magical shell that can withstand the power and bombardment of the heaven-opening realm. Old Bai also sighed. The power that Han Fei shows is more and more beyond our understanding. The collapse of the void is almost comparable to the collapse of the world where our Yin-Yang heaven was. Even Han Fei can come out of that terrifying power. I'm afraid he's not far from the heavenly heaven. Chu Jinan, Ling Yuan, and the others could only smile bitterly. There was no way to catch up. In the battle just now, they didn't even know how Han Fei attacked until Han Fei appeared. Anyway, when they saw Han Fei, the preliminary battle had already ended. Since the king's snail had come out, there was no need to hide anymore. Han Fei was not very anxious. He waited for 3 days until the power of the previous battle subsided and the space stabilized. Then he ordered them to continue moving forward. Luo Xiaobai said, "Speed is the most important thing in war. If it were in the past, you would have already attacked. Why do you have to stay here for a few days? Isn't this giving the 100 demons and the underwater humans a chance? Besides, a heaven-opening realm cultivator can do a lot of things in 3 days." Han Fei said, "A heaven-opening realm cultivator can indeed do a lot of things in 3 days. However, I need to see more of their trump cards. Moreover, in a head-on battle, those fancy tricks are meaningless." Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but look at Han Fei, wondering what this guy was planning. Xia Shaochan had been pestering Han Fei in bed for the past 2 days, but she didn't get any answers from him. She was so angry that she almost stabbed Han Fei. After 3 days, Han Fei's voice rumbled. "Attack!" Compared with how the kings treated Han Fei a few days ago, they no longer dared to look down on Han Fei. They didn't dare to look down on Han Fei anymore. This creature, which had never interacted with humans for 100,000 years, had unexpectedly become an ally of his family. As long as they weren't enemies, who wouldn't like such a powerful ally? If as the 100 demons and the sea, Hanav as the Mara as the sea, a mercy as possible, as many as possible as they were. All, Han demons and realm, the sea as many as possible, the heavens of the beasts, as heaven. Therefore, after these 3 days of consolidation, the morale of the human race actually rose along with the tide. Because they were already very close to the 100 demons, it only took 2 days for the human army and the army of the 100 demons to collide head-on. At dawn, the sea was sparkling. Han Fei was sitting on the deck, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod in his hand. Above this boundless sea, a trace of killing intent inexplicably appeared. Many kings felt something was wrong and walked to the deck. This was an ocean basin. It could also be called an undersea depression. At the bottom of the sea, there were mainly deep-sea plains and deep-sea hills, which were suitable for battlefield. Han Fei looked indifferent, but he couldn't help but raise his head, put the fishing hook aside, and said in the fleet, "All troops prepare for battle. Kings choose their enemies. This battle concerns the survival of the human race. We can't afford any mistakes. During the battle, try to separate. Even if you fight in the void, leave immediately if something goes wrong." What does the human king mean? Not good. The 100 demons prepare to fight the enemy. All the kings looked around. As the fleet continued to move forward, the army of the 100 demons and the undersea human race that was millions of kilometers away soon alarmed the human fleet. Different from the human side, which only sent powerhouses above the venerable realm, the 100 demons and the undersea human race actually sent many half-king realm creatures. a dark mass stretched across tens of thousands of kilometers of the sea. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, since the human army didn't run away, the 100 demons naturally had to follow. When the two sides were less than 100,000 kilometers away, Han Fei raised his hand. Stop the ship. At this moment, all the people participating in the battle had their hearts in their throats. Some people didn't even see the sea demons because their perception range was limited. However, they knew that the enemy was right on the opposite side. Soon the battle would really start. Han Fei still sat lazily on the chair. He said, Sherpa Huang, Kongshen, what's wrong? Are you too short of manpower? Are you using half-king realm creatures to make up the numbers? Aren't you afraid of being crushed by the human army? Kongshen snorted coldly. Han Fei, you have shown your trump card. What else can you play? Even if you have the behemoths as your helpers. However, how many behemoths are there in the chaotic, vast sea? How can they compare with my sea demon army? Sherpa Huang also sneered. I've never seen a sky opening behemoth. Since you're here, I might as well ask you for advice. At this moment, on Han Fei's ship, the old man, leaning on a cane, looked at Sherpa Huang. I didn't expect you to come to the battle. Fine, this octopus is mine. Han Fei said, human army, move 1,000,000 kilometers to the left. Han Fei glanced at the 9-palace sky ship next door. Uncle Xian, I'll leave the battle of the sea opening realm to you. Han Xian nodded slightly, raised his left hand, and the Chenji, godly, ghost disc appeared in his hand. I haven't come out for 80,000 years. It's time to exercise. Then Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, before the outcome of this battle is decided, you should focus on staying alive. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Got it. Han Xian shouted, put away the ships and follow me. Move 1,000,000 kilometers to the left. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the ships were put away, the kings and the venerables stood proudly above the sea, turned into streams of light, and moved horizontally. Sherpa Huang waved his hand, and the 1,000,000 troops roared and, like a tide, rushed to the place where the human army moved horizontally. This was a real battle. In terms of numbers, the demons and the undersea humans had a lot more. But in terms of the number of kings, the demons and the undersea humans added up only had 41 in total. Only 6 more than the 35 on Han Fei's side. Sherpa Huang said, Han Fei, since the behemoths have joined hands with you, then those behemoth kings should come out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll regret it later. Han Fei grinned and said, Oh, really? Then as you wish. Han Fei turned his head and glanced at the snail emperor. An illusory world appeared in the void, wrapped in white mist. Ho! A 7-colored dragon snake and a 1-horned flood dragon appeared. They were more than 600 kilometers long and soared between the sky and the earth. Swish, 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 then the crimson centipede, the black-armored old turtle, the deep-sea fist king, the scarlet mantis, and the jade-green crab all appeared in the void. There were a total of 28 giant beast kings in total. Instantly, the number of kings on Han Fei's side reached 63. Gu Shi, Yang Tsang, Huang Jie, Hong Yu, and the others couldn't help but feel excited when they saw so many beast kings accompanying them. With so many beast kings joining them, it was almost impossible for them to lose this battle of kings. The two sides were in position and about to charge at each other. All of a sudden, the void trembled, and a figure that the kings couldn't be more familiar with stepped out of the void. Hong Yu exclaimed, Beiluochen, you're joining hands with the 100 demons to fight the human race? Huang Jie cursed. I knew the Grand Pure Wuji was a jerk. I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to stand on the opposite side of the human race. Han Xian said, those who betray the human race should be killed. Humph! Bei Luochen squinted at Han Fei. You betrayed the human race? Do you want to wait for Han Fei to come to the Wuji heavens? You're so stupid to help Han Fei, the evil cultivator. Han Fei is going all out for this battle. No one is guarding the rear of the human race. Billions of humans are about to be destroyed. Bei Luochen sneered. A sea-quelling painting appeared, and 20 kings appeared one after another. Obviously, they were brought by Bei Luochen from the inner area. The kings were all shocked, seeing that the number of behemoth kings had caught up. Even Huang Jie and the Snow Lady couldn't help but look at Han Fei. How could Han Fei not have prepared such a backup plan? Han Fei's eyes narrowed. The sea-quelling painting? Ha ha ha! Before Han Fei thought more, Sherpa Huang burst into laughter, holding a jade slip in his hand. My subordinate, Zhang Fei, has gone to the rear of the human race. If this jade is broken, the trillions of people behind the human race will all perish. Humph! At this moment, Han Fei sneered. Why don't you try crushing it? Sherpa Huang and Bei Luochen were both stunned. What's with Han Fei's expression? Contempt? Sherpa Huang's face darkened, and he crushed the jade slip without hesitation. In his opinion, it was impossible for Han Fei to have a backup plan. Han Fei didn't have any backup plan at all. Besides, no one was guarding the rear of the human race, which was confirmed by Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan. They had the same goal of killing Han Fei, and Bei Luochen had already taken action. Why would he lie to them? However, the moment the jade slip was broken, Han Fei smiled. Stupid sea demon. You're still so stupid after becoming an emperor. At this moment, a blood-colored heavenly demon flashed in the sky. Only about 3 seconds later, a blood-colored light flashed in the sky again. Although it was far away, all the kings knew that it was the sign of a king's death. Han Fei said, I, Han Fei, am the human king. How can I give up the foundation of the human race? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 2074. Sherpa Huang glared at Bei Luochen and bellowed. Didn't you say that the human race has no one to guard the rear? What's going on? Buzz, right at this moment, the void trembled, and He Daoyuan walked out of the void with his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll. The Beast Kings on Han Fei's side were all astonished. Even He Daoyuan disregarded his status and personally joined forces with the 100 demon race to attack the human army. He Daoyuan said, I think Taiyuan should have made his move, right? Although Taiyuan had never participated in this kind of messy war, Taiyuan had never participated in this kind of war. However, he is still kind-hearted and actually agreed to protect the rear for you. The Snow Maidens and the others all heaved a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. They had almost been scared witless. If the foundation of the human race was destroyed overnight, what would be the point even if they won this battle? At that time, their Tao hearts would be covered in dust, and they would never be able to think about splitting open the heavens. At this moment, knowing that Taiyuan had made a move, they were all relieved. But even so, although there were people guarding the rear, Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan had already made their moves. Even if Han Fei himself had the ability to open the heavens, he was only a king. How could he fight against 4 heaven-opening realm cultivators? The gap in this kind of battle was too big. Han Fei probably didn't expect this. On the other side, Bei Luochen saw that Taiyuan was guarding the rear of the human race, which meant that Taiyuan would not participate in the battle. Since Taiyuan didn't participate in the battle, who else could help Han Fei? Did Han Fei join hands with the mermaid royal family again? However, Bei Luochen felt that something was wrong. Tens of thousands of years ago, the War Queen had never been on good terms with the humans. However, could it be because of Xia Shaochan? This woman was the princess of the mermaid royal family and Han Fei's woman. Would the mermaid royal family attack her because of this? If that was the case, then he would have to kill at least a few dozen monarchs before his opponents appeared. Only then would he be able to secure an absolute victory in the Clash of Kings. The black moon rose into the sky, the void sky leech appeared, and Bei Luochen charged toward Han Xian with the boundless wheel in his hand. The third form, the great path, takes form, the god of war armor. Han Xian's blood, qi, soared into the sky. The Qinji, god-ghost disc in his hand, transformed into a black armor that covered his entire body. As he raised his hand, thousands of formations condensed into one attack. At a time like this, even if he activated the fifth form of the 1,000 trickeries, godly ghost board, he would still have to deal with Bei Luochen. However, a streak of green light was even faster than Han Xian. Boom! The void rippled for tens of thousands of miles, and an old turtle was already standing in front of Han Xian. Bei Luochen's attack was completely blocked by the green light and was completely reflected back. The phantom of a black moon appeared in front of Bei Luochen, and he retreated 1,500 kilometers after taking the blow. Only then did his eyes widen. Sea Expansion Realm. At that moment, a Sea Expansion turtle appeared in front of Han Xian from the behemoth beast bloodline. He said, "Go and host the Battle of Kings. I'll handle Bei Luochen." Han Xian was also stunned, opening the sea and shaking the heavens. This was not something that just anyone could do. However, this turtle had blocked Bei Luochen's attack so easily. Could it be that there were so many powerful beings among the giant beasts? This kind of strength couldn't be weaker than his own. Of course, this turtle was Tai Yuan's behemoth body. In the chaotic Azure Sea, there weren't many giant beasts who had such resources and reached the Sea Expansion Realm. Only Tai Yuan, who had enough resources, a powerful body tempering art, and transformed into a divine turtle with amazing defense, dared to say that he could block a heaven-opening realm overlord like Bei Luochen. Tai Yuan Old Turtle said, "You've attacked a beast king. What else do you have? Bei Luochen of the Wuji Heavens. Is that all you've got?" After that, Tai Yuan Old Turtle took the initiative to attack. He turned into a behemoth body, opened his mouth, and blocked the void. A tremendous force burst out and blocked Bei Luochen's way. Han Xian reacted very quickly. He yelled, "Beast King's attack! Luo Xiaobai, command the Venerables!" Bang, 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 1,000,000 kilometers away, the void was shattered. The Beast Kings collided. No one was weak. Within hundreds of thousands of kilometers, all the creatures fled crazily, hoping to survive. Huang Jie sneered. "Poisonous dragon, I heard that you're poisoned. Come and fight me." Gao Bieli of the Lihan Heavens said, "I hate sharks. Shark, come and fight me." Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Shrimp has 9 spears. You're not bad. Come and die." Lu Rinquang's body emitted orange-red light, and he activated the violent war body. A black hole appeared behind him, and he pointed his knife at a lobster. "I'll kill you." The battle of the Beast Kings had begun, and the appearance of Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan was not beyond Han Fei's expectation. He Daoyuan said, "You seem to have expected that I would come. However, I don't know what methods you've prepared to stop me." Before Han Fei said anything, the Snail Emperor stomped her crutch and said, "I'm dying. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'll take care of this big octopus for you. The rest is up to you." Sherpa Huang was so angry that his tentacles twitched. He snorted, "I'd like to see what the legendary heaven creation behemoth is like." Then, the two of them disappeared at the same time, leaving only Kong Xin and He Daoyuan. Han Fei grinned. He Daoyuan, the former master of the Grand Purity Palace, now recognized as the strongest in the 36 Black Heavens. "I don't know who you're recognized as, but I think there's someone who should be stronger than you." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details." At this moment, Han Fei waved his hand, and a deep blue light emerged. A sword intent surged out of the deep blue light. Who else could it be but the sword god? Although it was still a wartime, many people were still paying attention to Han Fei. Even though the martial Emperor City had never been involved in the affairs of the chaotic Azure Sea, this time the martial Emperor was here in person. However, this time King Wu also appeared in person. When he saw this scene from afar, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Could the information be wrong? Why is Sword God here? Xia Hongzhu, Li Qingdi, and Chen Huangdian were also watching from afar. Li Qingdi said, "How does he Daoyuan know that we won't take action?" Xia Hongzhu nodded. "Who says we won't take action? Although the mermaid royal family and human beings don't get along, they won't fight to the death. But I'm naturally on Xiaochan's side. If necessary, I can take action, but I'm not obliged to save them. Let's see what else Han Fei has up his sleeve." Han Fei had been fishing for several days in a row. In fact, he had already hooked the historical body of the Sword God just to pull him out at this moment. The Sword God that came out was naturally not the real Sword God, but a clone that Han Fei fished out from the River of Time. According to his current strength, the Sword God that he fished out could probably last half an hour. That was to say, he had to decide the outcome of this battle within half an hour. Even He Daoyuan couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect the Sword God to hide in time. He said, "You're here." However, the Sword God didn't promise He Daoyuan. He used the Void Storm as a sword and took He Daoyuan away. At this moment, only Kong Shin was left in Han Fei's place. As a heaven-opening state powerhouse of the seabed human race, Kong Shin had to admire Han Fei. He didn't expect Han Fei to be able to mobilize so much power. Han Fei said, "It seems that you and I are the only ones left. You should be the first heaven-opening state powerhouse I've ever faced alone and fought with all my strength. This battle is worth remembering." When Han Fei slowly got up, his aura soared into the sky, and under the operation of the Great Tao, his aura skyrocketed. His projection condensed into a 100-meter-tall giant. At this time, he didn't need the so-called golden body anymore. Being able to fight was the most important thing. Han Fei had the green thunder wine gourd hanging on his waist, a fire-burning broadsword in his hand, an ultimate blade floating in front of him, and he was stepping on the sea of saber waves condensed by the infinity water. Others might not recognize these weapons, but the martial emperor and Xia Hongzhu had seen the world. When they saw Han Fei's equipment, they were shocked. Did he save the galaxy in his previous life? How many divine weapons does he have? Xia Hongzhu narrowed her eyes and murmured to herself, "Where did he get so many good things?" Swish, even Kong Shin couldn't resist the speed of the ultimate blade, so clanking sounds burst out from Kong Shin's body. Kong Shin's spiritual beast, the great heavenly centipede, wanted to rush out of this sea, but it was directly suppressed by the infinity water. The whole sea had turned into a sea of sabers. The great heavenly centipede hadn't opened the sky yet, so it couldn't resist. Kong Shin had no choice but to shout, "Fuse! Fuse!" At this time, Han Fei also fused. When the Yin-Yang divine eyes burst out, Han Fei waved his hand, and 108 fierce immortal qi appeared within 10,000 kilometers. At that time, Kong Shen was shocked. How much immortal spiritual qi and fierce spiritual qi did Han Fei waste? Why did he waste so much immortal spiritual qi and fierce spiritual qi? One fierce immortal qi could launch a sky-opening strike, and there were 108 of them here. The void was blocked, and this place was full of immortal spiritual qi and fierce spiritual qi. There were hundreds of thousands of fierce spiritual qi, and it was difficult to calm down. Han Fei pointed to the sky. "My name is Han Fei. I seek a sword from heaven and earth, and I can kill an emperor with one sword." Chapter 2075. The noise that Han Fei caused when the battle started was comparable to the noise caused by hundreds of beast kings next door. King Wu's lips shivered. Han Fei was the only one who could fight in such a way. It was not a fight at all. It was more like a fight than a fight. Xia Hongzhu couldn't help but look at Chen Huangdian. "Do you hate him a lot?" Chen Huangdian slightly shrugged. "Not really. I'll just kill him once." Xia Hongzhu said, "You'd better avoid him when he opens the sky." Chen Huangdian's eyelids cramped. I'm growing stronger and recovering fast. He might not be my match. Li Qingdi slightly shook his head, thinking that the War Queen was satisfied with Han Fei's performance so far. It was mainly because Han Fei protected Xia Shaochan in the investiture of God's heaven last time, which changed her impression of him. At this moment, above the sky, there seemed to be a catastrophe of gods and devils. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and holiness and darkness interweaved. 108 streaks of deities hovered in the sky and condensed into a supreme yin-yang image. Kong Shin's eyelids were twitching. He had seen crazy people, but never as crazy as this. Only Han Fei could fight in such a way. Even he wouldn't dare to do that, because he couldn't afford to waste time. Han Fei charged out at his highest speed and roared, "Heaven and earth sword!" He saw a pillar of light descend. It was a sword light descending from the sky, and Kong Shin could not help but take in a deep breath. He was extremely moved. Kong Shin roared and pointed his black staff at the sky. The seawater below him turned dark, as if it had become a black swamp. The black water rose and turned into a black flood dragon which attacked the sky. Abyssal demon wave. What was Kong Shin's Tao? Han Fei was intrigued. What was Kong Shin's Tao? He didn't know where the black swamp came from, but he felt a strong sense of corrosion. Wherever the black dragon passed, space and time seemed to be corroded. However, no matter how strong Kong Shin was, Han Fei's sword of heaven and earth consumed so much immortal spiritual energy and ferocious spiritual energy that even he himself felt the pinch. It was impossible to completely block it with the great path alone. Boom! As expected, when the black flood dragon was pierced through by the sword, it collapsed from the sky. Ink splattered everywhere, and the seawater was corroded to the point of evaporation. Kong Shin didn't dodge the sword of heaven and earth that was descending from the sky. A green eyeball appeared on the handle of the black scepter. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a strange green jade. The jade faced the sky, and a holy evil and strange black ripple spread out like a smooth mirror surface in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of 30,000 kilometers, the sea collapsed, huge waves soared into the sky, and the void shattered. Han Fei and Kong Shin were wrapped in the void and disappeared. They must have fallen into the void. Even after the two of them disappeared, the waves were unable to close up where they fought. Instead, they turned into a cylindrical crater, leaving behind an interweaving void storm. In the distance, Empress Snail and Shi Pahuang's attacks slowed down a bit. Empress Snail carried Shi Pahuang's large void vortex and muttered leisurely, "Does this kid have to make such a big noise at the beginning of the battle?" Bei Luochen, who was fighting with the Taiyuan old turtle, saw this scene and his heart sank. Has Han Fei become so strong? Even if it were him, it would be impossible for him to survive the blow just now. He might not have been seriously injured, but he estimated that Han Fei couldn't exert such an explosive power more than a few times, and even once would be too much for him. However, in the next second, before the other heaven-opening realms could do anything, the void directly exploded, swelling up like a balloon. Before Bei Luochen and the others could continue to attack, they saw the void explode, and a super big gourd burst out. Then Han Fei and Kong Shin both spurted blood and retreated. Han Fei was surrounded by black gas, and the healing divine light was quickly purifying the corrosive gas on his body. Kong Shin's arms were broken, but they were recovering quickly. His black scepter was stuck to his body, and it seemed that he had been smashed like this. This time, even he Daoyuan couldn't help but be astonished. "A divine weapon!" Kong Shin shouted, "Bei Luochen, will it take you a long time to fight a sea-opening realm cultivator? This kid has divine weapons all over his body. I can't shake him at all. Hey, shut up and eat my saber." This time, Han Fei directly took out the phoenix feather wild knife, which was filled with celestial spiritual energy. With one slash, a red glow appeared, as if the sky was stained with blood. Heavenly fire scattered, and from the fiery clouds, a phoenix spread its wings, its cry shaking the world. Even Han Fei himself was a little stunned. Is the phoenix feather bloodline? This slash was even sharper than the green thunder wine gourd. Abyss devour, darkness enveloped thousands of kilometers, and the two of them fell into darkness again. It seemed that Kong Shun's abyss power could seal an area and make it impossible to escape. But this power was not absolute, and it was not so strong that they couldn't resist it. In a flash, the darkness that covered thousands of kilometers was left with several fiery knife marks, as if the darkness would be cut into pieces in the next moment. Boom, 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 in the dark abyss, there were many strange phenomena and explosions, which showed the fierceness of the battle. At this moment, Bei Luochen's black moon void sky leech finally restrained the power of the Tai Yuan old turtle. Even though the Tai Yuan old turtle had the ability to open the sky, he hadn't opened it yet, so he couldn't be as strong as a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Black moon void, infinite divine slash. A black moon turned into a long knife, cutting the void and destroying the soul. The waves that the Tai Yuan old turtle spat out converged into a sword. Unfortunately, in a single exchange, the Tai Yuan old turtle's eruption instantly collapsed. Bei Luochen grinned and shouted, "Sea-opening realm cultivators are just sea-opening realm cultivators. A hard turtle shell doesn't mean anything." Clang, the black moon fell on the Tai Yuan old turtle shell, and a series of explosions seemed to be set off in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and the void turbulence dissipated. In a place like the chaotic Azure Sea, it was still a bit difficult to bear the full attack of a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the void collapsed from time to time. If they were in the Sea of Fog, it might be better, but here, the void storms were a constant barrage of attacks. The bottom of the sea cracked, and the attacks of the lords and emperors were imprinted on it. In the future, this place might become a dangerous place in the chaotic Azure Sea. Crack, however, he heard that the shell of the Tai Yuan old turtle was suddenly cut open and blood poured out. Seeing this, Han Xian immediately shouted, "Qianji, godly ghost plate, the third form, the great way has form." Han Xian simulated the power of the heaven and earth slash just now, but the power displayed by the Qianji godly ghost plate was still not enough, and it was not even 1/10 of its power. But even so, it was still the combat power of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. However, before Han Xian made a move, a crabman holding a pair of hammers, wearing black jade armor and covered with sharp blades, stood in front of Han Xian. As the crabman's hammer marks slashed horizontally, the power of a heaven-opening realm cultivator also burst out, and what burst out with him was the long dragon of knife chi that he had already prepared. When the two attacks collided, both of them were shaken back. The crabman shouted, "Han Xian, I heard that you were in the top 10 of the sea-opening realm 80,000 years ago, and your strength is unfathomable. My name is Crab Xian, and I was just born 10,000 years after the 9 Palaces heaven-sealing realm. Today, I am the top warrior of the 100 Demon Clan. Your enemy is me." "Kacha!" The Tai Yuan old turtle was just beaten back, and Han Xian was just stopped. The abyss was broken, and Kong Shin's body was pierced through, almost cut in half. On Han Fei's hands, golden blood flowed, and the phoenix feather-long knife in his hand was trembling, almost unable to hold it. Blood also flowed out of the corner of his mouth from time to time. Heaven-opening divine technique. As soon as Han Fei came out, he performed the heaven-opening divine technique. However, Han Fei didn't deliberately wait for the heaven-opening divine technique, but suddenly opened the invincible eye. Originally, with Han Fei's current physique, he couldn't bear such a powerful force. As soon as the heaven-opening divine technique was opened, his whole body cracked, and he could only barely hold on. As soon as the heaven-opening divine technique arrived, Han Fei only felt a touch of healing divine light, and his figure had already rushed out again. This time, the great Tao became one, and the immortal spiritual energy emerged. He seemed to be trying his best to kill Kong Shin, and Kong Shin roared, "Bei Luochin!" In fact, before Kong Shin shouted, Bei Luochin had already taken action. He had already seen that Han Fei's current strength had really reached the point where he could compete with a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Now that Kong Shin was seriously injured, he obviously needed a moment to recover, and Han Fei seized this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcibly burst out a power that even he couldn't bear. Swish, Bei Luochin arrived in an instant, trying to block Han Fei's blow with the Wuji wheel. Black Moon even froze the void, trying to freeze time and space. Clang, 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 clang. At that moment, the ultimate blade hit Bei Luochin hundreds of times, and the Wuji wheel was directly knocked away by Han Fei's sword. But at this moment, behind Bei Luochin, Kong Shin suddenly said, "Abyss Soul Eater." Bei Luochin's face changed drastically, and he roared, "Kong Shin, how dare you!" Hee. Before Bei Luochin's voice died away, his eyes glazed over, and his soul seemed to be shaken and temporarily lost. And Han Fei, who had already prepared the nautical multitude instrument, instantly broke through Bei Luochin's origin sea and rushed in. This change caught everyone off guard. Sherpa Huang's face changed drastically, and He Dao Yuan's momentum stagnated. Who would have thought that Kong Shin would betray them and become Han Fei's ally? Chapter 2076. According to the art of war, one should win by surprise. No one on the scene thought of Han Fei's trump card. Even Luo Xiaobai, when she saw the 4 heaven-opening states, could only put Han Fei's trump card on the Mermaid Royal Family or the Martial Emperor City. But who could have known that this trump card was Kong Shin? King Wu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The Martial Emperor City really didn't have this information. When did Han Fei get in touch with Kong Shin? Sherpa Huang was also thinking about this. The 100 Demon Clan and the underwater human race had always been one, and it was impossible that the 100 Demon Clan didn't even have a spy in the underwater human race. Kong Shin and Han Fei were so important, but there was no news at all before this. Maybe only Kong Shin and Han Fei knew about this alliance, and no one else knew about it. As for when they joined forces, it was hard to guess. Xia Hongzhu smiled slightly. No wonder they were swallowed by the abyss every time they fought. It turned out to be a fake fight. The old tortoise, who was fighting Bei Luochin, probably lost on purpose, right? Otherwise, how could he have been defeated in less than half an incense stick's time if he was able to shake the heaven creation stage? Li Qingdi nodded. Han Fei's move is indeed unpredictable. However, it shouldn't be easy to kill a heaven-opening state cultivator. Unless Han Fei can decide the outcome in an instant in Bei Luochin's origin sea. In fact, as soon as Han Fei entered Bei Luochin's origin sea, he threw out 3 sun-moon shells, stinky liquid, and soul poison, and the infinity water was instantly detonated. While Bei Luochin's soul was shaken, the first thing he wanted to do was to completely destroy his origin sea. For this purpose, Han Fei waved his hand again, and 2 arrays appeared. 36 fierce immortals appeared. They pierced through the sky and shook the earth veins. Rumble, all of this happened in an instant. Han Fei sensed Bei Luochin's origin sea and was slightly surprised to find that this guy's origin sea was as wide as 230,000 kilometers. There were countless mineral deposits and abundant chaotic qi and immortal spiritual qi. However, when the explosive power of the infinity water swept over 100,000 kilometers, Bei Luochin suddenly came back to his senses. A large amount of celestial spirit qi blocked the power of the explosion of the infinity water. Above the sky dome, the celestial evil energy was detonated by several large stars and failed to do anything. On the other hand, In the earth veins, the immortal's baleful aura had destroyed the 25,000-kilometer-wide earth veins. The 10,000 poison skies, great poison had been unleashed. At the very least, Beiluochen's strength had dropped by at least 30%. Coupled with the power of Han Fei's origin sea, Beiluochen's strength would drop by at least 40% to 50%. Han Fei, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Beiluochen didn't seem to care about Kong Shin's pressure attack at all. Instead, he was going all out to kill Han Fei. Tens of thousands of deity spiritual qi exploded in Beiluochen's origin sea and turned into divine wheels, trying to destroy Han Fei. However, Han Fei remained motionless, and several small vines stretched out from between his eyebrows. The divine wheels that were formed by the immortal qi dissipated almost instantly and turned back into immortal qi. Suddenly, a storm formed by immortal qi spread out in Beiluochen's origin sea. How could this be? Why is this emperor's origin sea not under your control? What is this? Ah, Han Fei said, you can only blame yourself for what you've done. Son of a B****, how dare you attack the yin-yang heaven? Do you deserve it? Although Han Fei couldn't fight now, with a thought the ultimate blade slashed crazily in Beiluochen's origin sea. After all, the ultimate blade was a divine weapon, and Beiluochen couldn't block it easily. Moreover, every second that Han Fei stalled Beiluochen here meant one more second for Kong Shin to attack Beiluochen. They were both in the heaven opening state. If Beiluochen let Kong Shin hit him, especially now that his strength had been greatly reduced, Kong Shen would be able to kill him in just a few seconds. In fact, Kong Shin didn't stay idle. His seemingly terrifying broken body, chaotic aura, and chaotic power recovered in an instant. Then, Kong Shin pressed his staff against Beiluochen's body, and the black moon void sky leech had to come out to protect its master. However, in the face of Kong Shin's attack, how could a spiritual beast that hadn't reached the heaven opening state resist? There was a loud bang. A bloody light flashed in the sky, and a crack appeared. Beiluochen's powerful spiritual beast that had accompanied him for many years died. Only then did Sherpa Huang realize that the situation had been reversed. Beiluochen had been tricked, and Kong Shin had betrayed him. He had lost 2 heaven opening state experts at once. And what about his opponents? One was the Snail Emperor, one was the Sword God, one was Kong Shin, and one was a turtle that could fight against a heaven opening state expert. At this time, Sherpa Huang reacted quickly. When Han Fei broke through Beiluochen's origin, Sherpa Huang immediately shouted, Lu Jinxue, stop Kong Shin. In the blink of an eye, 7 streaks of sword radiance traversed 10,000 li and appeared on the battlefield. When everyone turned to look, they saw a giant black and brown salamander crawling out of the void. On the back of this salamander, 7 sword-like stingers had just been shot out. The Snail Emperor's face changed slightly. Another heaven opening state expert? Tai Yuan, old turtle, heaved a long sigh. The 100 demons really hid their strength. 30,000 years ago, Lu Jinxue failed to open the sky and died on the spot. It seems to be just a show. Unfortunately, now that Han Fei has broken into Beiluochen's origin sea, Kong Shin needs to cooperate with him. Besides, although Kong Shin and Han Fei are pretending to fight, Beiluochen won't be fooled so easily if he isn't seriously injured. Now, who else can stop him except me? However, Tai Yuan, old turtle, knew that he had also been seriously injured in order to put on a show. It wasn't a show. His strength had been reduced by at least 30%, and he probably couldn't resist Lu Jinxue for a few seconds. He didn't know if Han Fei could kill Beiluochen so quickly, just as the Tai Yuan, old turtle, was about to attack. Suddenly, above the void, a cold-looking man with long hair, a snow-white robe, and a blood-red longsword floating behind him stood there silently. In addition to the sword floating behind him, this man was also holding a sword in his hand. His thumb moved the hilt of the sword, and a silver light flashed. No one saw him draw the sword, and the 7 blades that were shooting towards Kong Shin were broken. Hiss! Sherpa Huang was dumbfounded, and so was Lu Jinxue. Where the hell did this guy come from? He Daoyuan was horrified. Isn't Han Fei pretending to be Wang Yijian? Why is he here? Oh no! He Daoyuan was horrified. Han Fei deliberately pretended to be Wang Yijian, and then revealed his identity, which would undoubtedly make people believe that Wang Yijian was really dead. But in fact, it was just to cover up that Wang Yijian was still alive. True and false, false and true. This time he had really fallen for it. Wang Yijian raised his head slightly, and the blood-red sword floating behind him began to buzz. He said, "You don't deserve to use a sword." Lu Jinxue hadn't transformed into a human being yet. He snorted and began to gather energy, like lasers in his eyes. "I'm Lu Jinxue, a natural-born swordsman. How can you, an acquired sword cultivator, be my match?" Lu Jinxue was gathering energy crazily. The sword intent in his body exploded into the sky, and the waves and the drops of water turned into swords. Wang Yijian was expressionless. The blood-red sword on his back hummed even louder. All the spiritual qi and energy in the sky gathered. In the sky, a mysterious Taoist aura descended. The 2 sides looked at each other indifferently. Behind them, Bei Luochen's body had been mostly crushed. He managed to divert some of his attention to fend off Kong Shin. However, it seemed that his strength had been weakened by at least 50%. He didn't look like a super overlord anymore. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Jinxue let out a furious roar. "Kill!" Swish! The light turned into a sword. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be frozen, revealing the boundary between reality and nothingness. Before the sword arrived, the water under Wang Yijian had already been pierced through by the invisible sword intent. Facing such a horrifying sword attack, the emperors were all stunned. Sherpa Huang yelled. Sword salamanders are born with sword embodiments. It's still unknown who will win today. So what if Wang Yijian is still alive? However, no one paid attention to Sherpa Huang's yelling. The old snail was speechless. What's the point of just boasting? We'll only know if you can do it after we fight. Wang Yijian stretched out his hand and pointed at the blood-red sword that had been ready for action for a long time. Before anyone could react, the sword pierced through the void. Only the color of heaven and earth could be seen. It was so simple that only an endless sword light could be seen. Lu Jinxue's sword source turned into a light pillar. However, the light pillar swelled up and couldn't go any further in the air. When the sword light pierced through the light pillar started to expand and exploded. It exploded into flames that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. Even Kong Shin and Bei Luochen were pushed back more than 30,000 miles. However, Wang Yijian and Lu Jinxue, who were on the battlefield, didn't move. What was different was that a sword qi barrier appeared in front of Wang Yijian. No matter how horrifying the remaining power was, it couldn't shake the barrier at all. As for Lu Jinxue, his body turned into ashes in front of everyone. He disappeared like a piece of burning paper. His divine soul did not even have the chance to make a final ruckus before it vanished into thin air, hiding for 30,000 years just for one sword attack. Who knew what Lu Jinxue was thinking at the last moment? Boom! In the sky, a blood-red crack appeared. For a moment, the world darkened and a blood-red light filled the air. The sight of an emperor fall made countless people on the battlefield shudder. The emperors were shocked. An emperor fall appeared right at the beginning? Wang Yijian said indifferently, born with sword embodiment. What a mess! My name is Wang Yijian, one sword slaying emperors. Chapter 2077. Wang Yijian's fame stemmed from his superb combat power of killing a king with one strike. As the strongest heavenly talent in the history of the heavenly sword heaven, before Wang Yijian was rumored to have died, he was regarded as a man who would surpass the sword god. Now that he had returned, he would definitely be recorded in the history books as the one who killed an emperor with one strike. This matter would definitely be passed down through the ages. After killing Lu Jianxue with one strike, Wang Yijian looked at the sword god, who was fighting with He Daoyuan. He was puzzled because the sword god didn't come. Why was the sword god here? However, although the sword god's combat power was outstanding, he didn't seem to be strong enough, and even his aura was a little weak. Wang Yijian immediately guessed that this might not be the sword god's true body. In fact, He Daoyuan had already discovered this. He guessed that this was the sword god's avatar, but its strength was comparable to the sword god's, so he didn't dare to be sure. At this moment, Wang Yijian had killed Lu Jianxue, and there was another heaven opening state powerhouse on Han Fei's side. This battle was already impossible. He Daoyuan's heart sank. If the sword god and Wang Yijian joined forces, even he might not be able to resist. Thus, He Daoyuan forcibly shook off the sword god, burst out with extreme speed, and began to escape. However, to He Daoyuan's surprise, the sword god also burst out with extreme speed and chased after him. Was the sword god also so crazy? Seeing this scene, Wang Yijian thought that his teacher was not so radical. That should just be a puppet imitating his teacher. Seeing that it wasn't the sword god, Wang Yijian didn't chase after him. He just stood quietly in the void, because not far away, Bei Luochen couldn't resist anymore. His aura was constantly declining, and it was only a matter of time before he died. At this moment, the sea opening state powerhouses of the underwater human race, who had been fighting the human kings, all shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! We're on the same side, we're on the same side." At this time, how could the kings of the underwater human race be stupid? Too many things had happened in the blink of an eye. Their emperor had betrayed the alliance between the 100 demon race and the underwater human race, and Wang Yijian had killed the hidden heaven opening state powerhouse of the 100 demon race. It could be said that the humans had already won this battle, and the 100 demon race had no way to resist at all. At this time, anyone who still wanted to fight with the human race experts would be an idiot. The kings of the undersea humans all shouted, "Venerables and explorers of the undersea humans, stop! We're allies of the human race. Counterattack and kill the sea demons." All of a sudden, the powerhouses from the bottom of the sea who were fearlessly charging towards the human venerable realm were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? We're already angry, and now you're saying we're allies? The problem was that if it was just one or two kings shouting this, then that would be one thing. But practically all the sea expansion kings were shouting this. How could that be fake? Their perception was limited, and they only knew that a heaven-opening expert had fallen, but they did not know who it was. However, from the looks of it, it was definitely not from the human side, so it was most likely from the 100 demon tribe. To be able to kill a heaven-opening expert in such a short period of time, it was no wonder that the underwater humans wanted to rebel. All of a sudden, their companions became their enemies, and the army of hundreds of demons was slaughtered. Those below the venerable realm were still fine, as they fought with each other, and could still fight back and forth. This was because none of the human explorers had come. The advantage of the venerable realm had directly become a disadvantage. The venerables of the underwater humans had turned the tables, greatly reducing the pressure on the human side. In terms of the combat power of the venerables, they actually began to suppress the 100 demon race. As for the sea expansion realm, it was miserable. Originally, they were only barely on par with the human side. However, the result of the rebellion of the underwater humans could be imagined. On the human side, the battle power of the sea expansion realm had reached a terrifying number of over 80, while the 100 demon race, including the kings that Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan had brought, only had around 40 venerables. Moreover, He Daoyuan had already run away. When the kings that He Daoyuan had brought saw this, they all fled. How could they still fight? If the heaven-opening realm experts ran away, Would they, the kings, stay here and wait for death? Han Xian shouted. Don't stop the kings from the inner region. Let them go. Today, kill all the sea expansion realm experts of the 100 demon race. Han Xian had also reached his peak at this moment. He shouted, 1,000 trickeries, godly, ghost disc, fourth form, ghost god, true form. At that moment, Xie Xian only felt that all his battle tactics had been calculated by Han Xian. He wanted to retreat because he knew that the 100 demon race's momentum was gone. Now was the best time to retreat. Immediately, Xie Xian's 300 clones were blocked by countless array formations. Not a single one of them could escape. Han Xian sneered. Do you think I will let you go? Sherpa Huang, who was fighting with the Snail Emperor, felt his heart turn cold at this moment. He couldn't move the snail at all. It could be said that this snail was not moved by force or persuasion. The spatial vortex and the endless void couldn't take him away. He couldn't absorb the blood chi of the snail at all. It was completely blocked by the shell. His full-strength attack couldn't even move the snail's shell. However, the paralyzing fluid of the snail was able to turn the entire space extremely viscous. It was not viscous to the body, but to the soul. Anyone who was corroded by this power would be paralyzed, either in the soul or both, causing their battle prowess to plummet. If it wasn't for the fact that this snail didn't know how to fight, Sherpa Huang felt that he would have run long ago. But even then, he'd already suffered heavy injuries now, because only after fighting for a long time did he notice that this snail's paralyzing energy was actually nibbling away at his quintessence of the Grand Tao. In this battle, his strength had dropped by at least 30%, and he would probably be unable to recover without resting for a few thousand years. But Sherpa Huang knew that if he retreated today, he would never have any hope of surpassing heaven opening. But if he didn't retreat today, he would definitely die in this battle. Traitor Kongshin, as long as I, Sherpa Huang, am not dead, I will return for revenge. I will make you live in fear for the rest of your life. At this moment, Bei Luochen's body had been destroyed by Kongshin. The latter had pierced through Bei Luochen's soul and heard Sherpa Huang's arrogant voice. He said, disdainfully, underwater humans are also humans. Why would we team up with you sea monsters? Let's talk about that after you survive. The Snail King also said, it's not that easy to escape from my control. Humph! Sherpa Huang turned into his octopus form and cut off 6 tentacles. When the tentacles were destroyed, 6 giant void paths were forcefully opened up. No one knew where they led to. Sherpa Huang took one last look at the place where the Beast Kings fought and ran away with tears in his eyes. As for the old snail, with a thought, the area in front of the 6 void holes seemed to be covered in a layer of net. From afar, Sherpa Huang crashed into the net, and the old snail thought he had trapped him. Who would have thought that a tentacle would reach out from this guy's body? As it turned out, Sherpa Huang had retreated from his physical body and nurtured a new one within him. The 6 void paths disappeared. The old snail was dumbfounded and heaved a sigh. Not bad to be able to escape from me, but Han Fei, should be able to find it anyway. It doesn't matter. This expedition had only lasted for less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and the situation had undergone a great reversal. The human race as a whole turned the tables and fought bravely. At this moment, in Bei Luochen's origin sea, the chaotic energy and the celestial spiritual energy were crazily absorbed by the demon purification pot out of his control. Huang Jingyuan was almost sucked to death in this way. But Huang Jingyuan could still use the remaining energy to summon an attack from a sovereign. But what about Bei Luochen? He had nothing. He didn't even have the ability to summon an attack from a sovereign. He could only roar hysterically in the origin sea. Han Fei, if that's the case, then you will die with me. You will die if you oppose me. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Bei Luochen's entire origin sea started to collapse. He had exiled the origin sea into the endless void. He wanted to drag Han Fei down with him at the cost of his own life. But how could Han Fei die with him? Although there were resources and treasures everywhere in the Origin Sea, he had to be alive to take them. At this moment, Han Fei activated the demon purification pot crazily. The navigator appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with the Tao Convergence sword, trying to cut a way out. However, Bei Luochen had gone completely crazy. Han Fei also went crazy. At this moment, there was only the last scroll of deity, Killing Chi, left. There were only 18 of them left. At this moment, they were all released. However, this was Bei Luochen's Origin Sea. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how hard Han Fei tried, he couldn't resist the resources in Bei Luochen's Origin Sea. The entire Origin Sea was about to be exiled into the endless void. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, a small vine stretched out, and the power that Bei Luochen used instantly collapsed. Han Fei took the opportunity to tear open Bei Luochen's Origin Sea. The next second, he appeared in reality with a swoosh. Phew, Bei Luochen is crazy. He almost killed me. At this moment, a blood-colored crack appeared in the sky again. It was bright red and dazzling, as if a huge eye had opened in the sky. Blood flowed out of it and turned into a rain of blood. Seeing this scene, Han Fei let out a long breath. He had finally won. However, Han Fei didn't notice that along with him, a soul got quietly attached to his body. Chapter 2078. The mighty human expedition army marched for a month and fought for half an hour. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 2 heaven opening stage powerhouses had fallen. This result could be said to be the first in the history of the chaotic Azure Sea. So far, only 3 heaven opening state overlords had died, and all of them were related to Han Fei. In the distance, King Wu and Xia Hongzhu, who were watching the battle, didn't expect the battle to end in such a way. Of course, they had to admire Han Fei's plan. The giant beast's attack, Kong Shin's betrayal, and Wang Yijian's appearance were all beyond everyone's expectations. They didn't know how, and when Han Fei convinced Kong Shin. However, this battle had established 2 of the strongest human cultivators. One was Han Fei, who killed 2 heaven-opening overlords as a sea expansion state overlord. Although the heaven-opening state overlord helped him both times, it was still a demonstration of his strength. The other was Wang Yijian, who almost established his position as the strongest sword cultivator in the chaotic ocean. Although the sword god was strong, he couldn't kill an emperor with one strike. However, Wang Yijian did it, and he did it cleanly. His sword was plain and unadorned, simple to the extreme. It only contained the purest killing intent. It was almost certain that, in the long future, because of this sword, many people would yearn to walk on the path of sword cultivation. Xia Hongzhu said, "Let's go." The 100 demon clans were wiped out in this battle, and the human race will have a civil war. However, He Daoyuan won't stand a chance. Han Fei is not bad. Chen Huangdian slightly frowned. "Do you approve of Han Fei?" Xia Hongzhu slightly shook her head. "Yes, I do. He's bold, meticulous, and unpredictable. He's an ambitious man. However, I don't approve of him. His actions are too radical and risky. If he's not careful enough, he'll be doomed eternally. Since he's so strong now, let's see when he can open the sky." After that, Xia Hongzhu left, followed by Li Qingdi and Chen Huangdian. This time, although the 100 demon clans might not be wiped out, they would never rise again. The strong would always be strong. The human race had many strong cultivators, and the 100 demon clans were declining. Even if they could rise again, it wouldn't be 10,000 years. King Wu turned around and left quietly. He Daoyuan had escaped, Sherpa Huang had escaped, and Bei Luochen and Lu Jinxue had fallen. Kong Shen came and stood beside Han Fei. Sherpa Huang escaped. "Can you find him?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Unless he can escape from the chaotic Azure Sea, there's no way he can escape from me. At most, he'll live a few more days." We should first exterminate the 100 demons and share the resources before thinking about killing Sherpa Huang. Then Han Fei raised his hands, and the Apocalypse Divine technique descended. It enveloped him, Kong Shin, and the Tai Yuan Old Turtle. The injuries of the three people were rapidly recovering. Kong Shin couldn't help admiring his decision. Fortunately, he didn't become an enemy of the human race because, even now, he didn't know if Han Fei had any backup plans. After a while, most of their injuries had healed, and Kong Shin said, "The undersea humans and sea demons have different paths, so we can't work together." After this, the human race would be unified, and they hoped that they could exchange their needs with the underwater human race. Although our bloodline was originally formed from humans, transforming into demons and cultivating, we are still able to cultivate. But when one reached the Exalt realm, one would realize that the Exalt realm wasn't the same. In fact, the cultivation of all races will eventually lead to the same destination. Although the human form may not be the most suitable combat form in the world, it's our final choice. Han Fei said indifferently, "Of course, the chaotic Azure Sea is not the Great Era. It's meaningless to fight with each other here. Okay, I can only promise you 20% of the resources of the 100 demons this time. The human race is weak, and there are still wars in the Inner Sea, which consumes a lot of resources. And the Giant Beast Clan, 20% is already a lot." Han Fei and Kong Shin's contact was actually very short, so short that after Han Fei and Sherpa Huang fought last time, Han Fei left a projection at the place where they taught. The way to convince Kong Shin was also very simple. The human race accepted the underwater human race and came out of the chaotic Azure Sea together. Because when facing the great era of the Sea Realm, it wouldn't be the chaotic Azure Sea, but the real world of all races. Since Kong Shin had already opened the sky, he definitely knew the many restrictions of the chaotic Azure Sea. Therefore, he also had a very high yearning for the great era. In other words, no one in the heaven-opening realm wanted to stay in the chaotic Azure Sea, because there was no hope for them. Kong Shin nodded slightly, as if he didn't care much about it. Boom, boom, in the sky, cracks of the great Tao bloomed one after another, because Han Fei joined the battle of the sea-opening realm again. In this round of harvest, the number of dead kings reached 23. The only one among the 100 Demons clan was already an arrow at the end of its flight under the fourth form of Han Xian's Qinji, godly, ghost disc. Han Fei wanted to intervene, but Han Xian stopped him. Han Xian also lost his temper. As one of the most experienced kings, the trial methods Han Xian designed had trained countless strong masters. The fourth form of the Qinji, godly, ghost disc simulated the great Tao and Wang Yijian's sword Tao just now. Even Wang Yijian couldn't help but be attracted by Han Xian's means and stared at Han Xian for a long time. Although Han Xian was only imitating it, not everyone could imitate his own sword rhythm just by looking at it once. Moreover, the power that Han Xian simulated was not as simple as the shape. The magical deduction method of the Qinji, godly, ghost disc could directly simulate the great Tao. If it weren't for his own strength, the power that he imitated couldn't be as strong as the original combat skill. Han Xian could actually be regarded as a terrifying existence. Even so, 3 hours later, Han Xian won by a narrow margin and killed Xie Xian with a seriously injured body. When the kings of the 100 Demons clan were crazily slaughtered, the venerables of the 100 Demons clan had already begun to run away crazily. However, under the command of Luo Xiaobai, less than 50% of the venerables of the 100 Demons clan ran away. This was already a very exaggerated result. After this battle, the 100 Demon tribe would not be able to rise again. It would be extremely difficult for them to find a new, suitable place to live in the chaotic Azure Sea. In the end, no one paid attention to the big monsters who were still in the Tao-seeking state. Even the human venerables didn't pay attention to these people. When one reached a certain level, the target and opponent would become different. It was meaningless to kill enemies of a lower level. Besides, although the purpose of this expedition was to suppress the 100 Demons clan, everyone knew that the 100 Demons clan would definitely have a lot of gains after their defeat. At this moment, they were all thinking about how to divide the resources. Han Fei didn't disappoint them. He said, "Everyone gather. Clean up the battlefield in 2 hours. Then, follow me to clean up the 100 Demons clan and divide the resources." Huh! The human king is invincible. The human clan is invincible. The 100 Demons clan is destroyed. The human clan will be strong. In the chaotic Azure Sea, the human clan will be the master. Your Majesty, we are willing to follow you into the inner area and eliminate the 2 traitors, the Grand Pure and Wuji. Han Fei's voice shook. There's no hurry to eliminate the Grand Pure and Wuji. The outer area will be unified and the war will end soon. I'll give you time to recuperate. Everything had to be planned. The crusade against the inner region was imperative, but not now. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. At that moment, Han Fei felt a surge of power of will, which was the trust of the Venerables. After such a long time, even Han Fei didn't know how much power of will he had accumulated. Han Fei estimated that this power of will might be able to help him open the sky. 3 hours later, in the sea area that spanned more than 500,000 kilometers across the abyssal chasm gorge, there was an imperial city. Countless sea demons were unyielding, but they had no impact on human beings. A large number of sea demons were expelled, and countless resources were plundered from the imperial city and the surrounding mines. In half a day, more than 900 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones were plundered. Although this number was far from the 3 trillion that Han Fei boasted, it was still terrifying enough. After all, these 900 billion top-grade spirit stones were not included, and there were many miscellaneous things that were not included. Basically, it belonged to whoever grabbed it first. Luo Xiaobai didn't allow him to share the rest of the spiritual stones that were plundered from the treasure house. As the human king, Han Fei couldn't let her down at this time. Just this amount of resources was enough for Han Fei to say, "After this battle, the seabed human clan will return to the human clan. Emperor Kong Xin, join hands with me to kill Bei Luoqin and get 20%. Luo Xiaobai and the others were presiding over the division of resources. Although they were shocked by the huge number of resources, they still held back their excitement, cupped their hands at Kong Xin, and divided 180 billion resources to the seabed human clan. Han Fei continued, "This time the human race's sword divine heaven deserves 20% of the prizes." Zhang Xuanyu, Luren Kuang, and the others were thrilled. They looked at each other and thought, that's all money. She gave it away just like that, and she even gave so much. However, when they thought that Wang Yijian had killed an emperor, they felt that it was reasonable. Then Han Fei said with a smile, "The Behemoth clan is a close friend of the human clan. As the main force of this expedition, we will get 20%. At this time, even the Snail Emperor couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Han Fei was very bold. It was great that he was willing to give up this share of resources. One had to know that there were a total of 29 giant beasts, including the Emperor Snail, and they were allocated 180 billion resources. The amount of resources that each person could get was frighteningly large. It was calculated in billions. In the end, only 40% of the resources were left, which was also a terrifying number. Han Fei said, "In the human clan, all the Sea Expansion Realm Warriors and Kings can get 3 billion resources. All the Venerable Realm Warriors can get 10 million resources." Sea Expansion experts were fine, as they had seen money. Although the risk wasn't that great in a real battle, no one knew just how dangerous it would be in a real battle. However, the 3 billion did meet the expectations of the kings. After all, few of the kings had more than 1 billion resources with them when they went to the imperial palace. As the supporter, advocate, and decision-maker of this expedition, it was understandable that Han Fei would get 180 billion resources. Some people even thought it was too little. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Rinquang. "Come here and distribute the resources." "I'm coming." Lu Rinquang rushed over with a smile, feeling like he was dreaming. Was 3 billion a lot? This was almost the highest single income they had ever received. Besides, there were still a lot of resources in the origin sea that hadn't been used up. At this moment, Han Fei had become a thigh. If he hugged a thigh, he would get meat. Zhang Xuanyu even shouted, "Everyone, all the resources. Count them on the spot. Line up." Chapter 2079. To be honest, after killing 2 heaven-opening state experts in this expedition, Han Fei let out a long sigh of relief, because the heaven-opening state was the ceiling of strength in the chaotic ocean. As long as there were heaven-opening state experts, neither the Yin-Yang Heaven nor himself could guarantee their safety. Besides, this victory was of great significance. Not only did it establish his dominance over the human race, but it could also be predicted that in the future, in the outer sea, how many people in the 25 immortal palaces would provide him with the power of faith. That was simply an unimaginable number. Han Fei suspected that He Dao Yuan and Bei Luoqin were able to reach the heaven-opening state so quickly because they were once leaders of the human race and had the blessing of the power of faith. The resources were still being divided and plundered. However, Luo Xiaobai still sent Han Fei's share to him in advance. As members of the Thug Academy, they knew that resources were not easy to come by. Besides, according to Han Fei's description, the more resources they needed in the future. What Han Fei told them alone consumed hundreds of billions of resources. And now, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others only had a little more than 10 billion resources each. Of course, it was enough for them. However, they didn't think it was enough for Han Fei. When Han Fei was in seclusion in the Yin-Yang Heaven, others didn't know, but how could they not? Luo Xiaobai came to Han Fei's side and threw a large pile of resources to Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai said, "Shall we go back?" However, at the moment when Luo Xiaobai threw the resources to Han Fei suddenly had a warning. The faces of Empress Snail, Wang Yijian, and Kongshin all changed drastically. Not good. Kongshin was the closest to Han Fei. He was about to take action, but he saw that the void where Han Fei was collapsed. This time, even Han Fei was caught off guard. Besides, Luo Xiaobai was still beside him. Han Fei clearly felt that the sudden burst of power around him was intended to crush Luo Xiaobai. How could Han Fei tolerate this? Between him and Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei suddenly pushed out his palm, wrapped Luo Xiaobai with the infinity water and pushed her away. At that moment, Han Fei had already fallen. In the end, there was only a crazy laugh left in the void. "Han Fei, even if I die, I will banish you." Kongshin and Wang Yijian arrived almost at the same time. Wang Yijian directly attacked. His sword slashed open the void, connecting to the endless void. However, what awaited Wang Yijian was a void storm. No matter how powerful the heaven-opening state was, it still couldn't set foot in the endless void, and Han Fei didn't come out. At this moment, Xia Shaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Rinquang, Old Bai, and Old Jiang all arrived. Tangs, Ge, Jiuyin, and the other people who were close to Han Fei, who only wanted to watch Han Fei grow stronger in secret, all came. Wang Yijian glanced at the dumbfounded Luo Xiaobai. "I can't get it back." Kongshin said, "Bei Luoqin purposely severed his own Dao to make people think that he had died. He left a trace of his soul behind, waiting for Han Fei to make a mistake and drag him into the endless void. Moreover, he detonated the last strand of his remembrance. They prevented us from rescuing them." Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. How did this happen? Xia Shaochan was anxious. Is the infinite void completely inaccessible? You are at the heaven opening stage. In the blink of an eye, you will definitely be able to bring him back. At this moment, the Snail Emperor said, "The infinite void doesn't necessarily mean death. According to my inherited memories, if you can find a way out in a short time, you can also survive. However, Bei Luochen used the last of his strength to stir the void here and seal the exit. In a flash, he might have already appeared in a faraway place. Qianji Void Break. In Han Xian's hand, the Qianji godly ghost disc turned into a tangible array, forcibly tearing the void and connecting to the endless abyss, trying to let Han Fei see it. Unfortunately, after 5 breaths of time, no one came out. The endless void didn't have the strength to forcefully support it and rapidly closed. Han Xian grimaced and gritted his teeth. Bei Luochen, the Wuji heavens. If anything happens to my nephew, I will crush the entire Wuji heavens. After a brief daze, Luo Xiaobai suddenly felt that something was wrong, and the infinity water gathered in front of her again. Luo Xiaobai had no time to care about anything else, and immediately asked, "Can we find him through this thing?" Xia Xiaochan's heart did a flip. The infinity water and the metamorphosis water recognized each other at the same time, and both of them had strong soul imprints. Xia Xiaochan immediately said, "As long as this drop of water doesn't become ownerless, it means that he's still alive." At this moment, Li Yingtian of the Ashen Heavens flew close. This is the chaotic original water, an important treasure of the Ashen Heavens. Once it becomes ownerless, it will return to the original form of the chaotic original water and wait for its new master. As long as it is still a drop of water, the human king must still be alive. The Snail Emperor said, "Go back and wait. He's not here anymore. It's meaningless to wait here." Xia Xiaochan clenched her fists and said firmly, "I'm going back to the royal family of the mermaids." In the infinite void, a place that even the heaven-opening stage dared not set foot on. It was pure nothingness. There was no sense of direction or time. He didn't know where he was or where he would float to. The only thing that Han Fei thought was that this place was full of chaotic qi. If he could absorb the chaotic qi instead of getting lost here, he might be able to absorb a lot of it. At the last moment, Han Fei already knew why he had been tricked. There was only one possibility. Bei Luochen cut off his own path and created the illusion of his death in order to wait for an opportunity to drag him into the infinite void. Han Fei was indeed too careless. He thought that Bei Luochen would definitely die when the celestial phenomenon appeared. Sure enough, the heaven-opening stage couldn't be simple. Even under such circumstances, Bei Luochen still got what he wanted. Han Fei immediately used the method of time reversal. However, in the infinite void, the concept of time didn't seem to work, because he was directly lost as soon as he was dragged in. After time reversal, Han Fei seemed to have traveled a long distance, but he didn't find the entrance to the infinite void. Knowing how terrifying the boundless void was, Han Fei activated the mark of the Void Temple without hesitation at the first moment. However, what made Han Fei's heart heavy was that the infinite void seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Even the mark of the Void Temple didn't work. There wasn't a big void hand stretching from the distant, infinite land to grab him. At this time, Han Fei realized that even the Void Temple wasn't omnipotent. Maybe they were very strong, but in this mysterious world, there were still places they couldn't set foot in. In the end, Han Fei had to use his last resort, which was to use the nautical panorama. Fortunately, the nautical panorama still existed, and it was guiding Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei leaped with a golden light and flew frantically in the direction pointed by the nautical panorama. What a pity! The time of 7 or 8 seconds was too short. In the infinite void, he might have been too far away from the previous battlefield, so when the nautical panorama stopped, Han Fei couldn't run to the exit. At this point, the 3 chances of the nautical panorama were also used up. When Han Fei was at his wit's end, he even wanted to hide in the Origin Sea. However, something unexpected happened. In the infinite void, he couldn't enter the Origin Sea at all. His soul power seemed to be restricted by the rules in the infinite void. Not only could he not enter the Origin Sea, but he couldn't even communicate with the origin sea. At this time, Han Fei had used up all his means. Son of a B asterisk. Hey, old Yuan, we still can't get out? At this time, old Yuan only had a very small trace of his soul, and he had lost contact with Gue Sanqing's body. The old turtle said, I've never been to the infinite void. This is a terrifying place. I've heard that there used to be creatures that could travel through the infinite void. However, no one has ever seen it and no one knows. You can only wait for an opportunity. For example, in the nearby space, someone happens to open the infinite void. Otherwise, Han Fei's heart sank. Opening the infinite void and tearing the void were two different concepts. A pioneer sea realm cultivator could open the infinite void with all his strength, but the infinite void's closing ability was very strong, and a pioneer sea realm cultivator could only open it for a moment at most. Only a powerhouse who had reached the middle or late stage of the pioneer sea realm or the pioneer sea realm could maintain the opening of the infinite void for a long time. However, in the chaotic, vast sea, there were very few such people. Han Fei asked, How long can someone like me live in the infinite void? I won't die so soon, right? I think I still have a chance. After a long time, Han Fei felt that he seemed to be in a daze, and he was about to be assimilated by the infinite void. This situation really startled Han Fei. After trying to stay awake for a long time, Han Fei seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. He shouted, Fuse! At this time, he could only fuse with Little Black and Little White to keep himself awake. However, this state didn't last long. Han Fei didn't know when he stopped fusing. His body, like a stiff corpse, drifted in the chaotic void for a long time. His consciousness was in a daze. Sometimes he seemed to pass through layers of chaotic fog. Sometimes he suddenly woke up, but then fell silent again. He had completely forgotten to use the nautical panorama. He didn't know when the Emperor Sparrow woke up, broke the barrier of Han Fei's soul sea, and appeared in this infinite void. As a result, the scene of the Emperor Sparrow carrying Han Fei through the endless void happened. But Han Fei himself didn't know. Until a certain moment, Han Fei's consciousness, which had almost completely fallen asleep, encountered a flash of white light. Chapter 2080. Pa, 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 hook, bam, bam, bam. Han Fei was sleeping, but he always felt that someone was beating him. In his dream, someone was punching and kicking him and yelling at his ears. Han Fei was sleeping soundly when he slapped him in the face, thinking, I'm going to slap you to death, you noisemaker. However, he heard a rumbling roar. Hey, brat, how dare you fight back? Are you going to betray your master? Bam, bam, bam. Han Fei felt that he was beaten again. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't sleep anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and yelled angrily, Who the F*** CK is so unscrupulous? It's just a nap. Do you have to do that? However, as soon as Han Fei said this, he gasped, wondering where he was. Didn't I fall into the endless void? In front of him was a forest sandbar, lush mountains and rivers, and a clear sky with white clouds. The spiritual energy here was overwhelming, and there was a lot of chaotic energy mixed with it. If Han Fei wanted to, he might be able to absorb a wisp of chaotic energy in a few days. But when he looked again, why did this place seem so familiar? In addition to the chaotic energy, he seemed to smell the aura of immortality. When Han Fei turned his head, he saw a rather familiar figure. Giant Ape? Beast King? Teacher? Seeing the grimacing Beast King, who was stretching out his big hand angrily, about to slap him again, Han Fei's heart sank. Han Fei's heart sank when he saw this, and he said mournfully, Sure enough, I still died in the end. Bei Luochen, that son of a B****, actually succeeded in dragging me into the endless void. I'm hallucinating. I'm back in the 100,000 mountains. Han Fei was disappointed. So this is the world after death? Have I fallen into the reincarnation of my memory? If that's the case, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Bam, a slap came at him with a swoosh, and Han Fei rolled on the ground for hundreds of meters, crushing the grass and trees and crushing the rocks. Huh, it still hurts? Han Fei said angrily, no, I don't have this memory. When did Teacher Beast King hit me while I was sleeping? Sleep your ass. The Beast King howled, fortune favors fools. After falling into the endless void, I didn't comprehend a single thing. My divine soul nearly melted away. If it weren't for the problem with the great Tao rules of the chaotic vast sea, and the fact that the chaotic vast sea is connected to the sea realm, I wouldn't even have AF * King place to find you. Han Fei was stunned. The infinite void. When Han Fei took a closer look at the Beast King's strength, he found that it was definitely not a Beast King of the Half-King realm. This aura, this imposing manner, this pressure, heaven opening stage definitely could not withstand it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He looked at the Beast King in shock. After a long time he said, Master? The Beast King snorted and said, You're sleeping like a pig. If I hadn't opened up the endless void passageway here to wait for you, you would have entered the true endless void by now. At that time, with your current Tao heart and will, you won't be able to hold on for long before your spirit melts into the endless void. Whoosh! Han Fei suddenly straightened his body and looked at the Beast King in shock. Master, didn't you go east? Why are you here? Did you save me? Then, Master, what's your strength now? The Beast King raised his head and unconsciously grinned. What do you think my strength is? Han Fei shivered. The heaven opening stage could open up the endless void, but in fact it couldn't be maintained for a long time, and they didn't dare to stay in the endless void. Even if they came in, they would most likely die here. The Beast King could open up the endless void passageway and wait for him. This strength was definitely not something an ordinary heaven opening stage could achieve. Therefore, the strength of the Beast King was at least at the peak of the heaven opening stage, or even... Han Fei suddenly wondered how the Beast King knew that he was trapped in the endless void. Why would he wait for him at the intersection of the endless void and the sea realm? Only those who could control the dynamics of the chaotic azure sea could be in the chaotic azure sea. However, Han Fei thought of something. Maybe there was someone who could control the dynamics of this place. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Beast King in shock. Master, are you a martial emperor? The Beast King grinned and said, You're not stupid. You're much smarter than you were back then. Yes, I've been in this place for more than 60,000 years, and I've achieved immortality. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? Han Fei. Before Han Fei came back to his senses, the Beast King said, No, Master. Do you mean that you've achieved immortality for 60,000 years? The Beast King's appearance began to change, and then he turned into a brawny man with a razor head, who also looked heroic. He said, I'm very lucky. At that time, the sea demons and even the Beast King stopped me from transcending the tribulation and becoming a Beast King. For this reason, the Giant King and the Heavenly Crystal died. The Divine Sun stopped the Beast King alone, and the Water Fairy was on another battlefield. Although I succeeded in transcending the tribulation, my strength was too low, so I was forced to go east. The Beast King rambled on and on for a long time, repeating the history that Han Fei had already heard twice. Then it was the Beast King's own experience that Han Fei hadn't heard before. He said, later, it was so difficult to go east that you can't imagine. But I was very lucky. Before I went out, I encountered a battle between emperors. Do you know that? At that time, venerable sovereigns had been locked in a fierce battle. Even one venerable sovereign had fallen, and countless sea-opening realm experts had fallen. I just wanted to stay far away, but guess what? I searched in the chaotic ocean for 1,000 years, but I still couldn't find a way out. However, I found the origin sea that manifested after the emperor died. Wow, Han Fei was fascinated. How much wealth would a venerable emperor have? Seeing Han Fei's shocked look, the Beast King said proudly, At that time I looked exactly like you now. Endless resources were piled up here. How could I leave? So I began to cultivate in seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 800 years. When I came out, I thought I was invincible under the heavens. At that time, I had a lot of resources and countless treasures. I was high-spirited and ready to leave this place. But Han Fei asked, huh? Don't tell me you found another opportunity. Smack, the Beast King slapped his thigh. Of course. I never expected that a dying emperor who came out of nowhere would know that I had obtained the resources of the emperor's origin sea. When he came to find me, at that time I hadn't opened the sky, so I didn't know anything about it. His understanding was extremely low. For this reason, I promised that person to guard this place, and he would teach me all kinds of experiences of the Pioneer Sea. Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Dying emperor? Chu Hao. The Beast King immediately said, Hey, that's him. At that time, I hadn't opened the sky, but after his analysis and explanation, it only took me less than 100 years to open the sky. I'm very talented. I'm afraid I'm the strongest heavenly talent in the history of the Beast Clan. Han Fei. Han Fei almost rolled his eyes. You have the F** King Emperor's treasure house, endless resources, and even a venerable emperor to answer your questions. If you still haven't opened the sky, then there must be something wrong with you. The Beast King continued, My Taoist heart is firm. I want to fight for a magnificent world for the Beast Clan. 10,000 years after the sky was opened, I reached the peak. At that time, I wanted to leave the chaotic ocean, but someone tried to attack. Do you know? If a venerable emperor wanted to attack, how could I leave? In the end, I joined hands with Chu Hao and forced the venerable emperor to retreat with the resources of the past. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, You can fight a venerable emperor when you are only at the Pioneer Sea? The Beast King said leisurely, I have a lot of treasures, and I don't have to do it alone. Han Fei had guessed who was going to attack. Except for the Yin family, he couldn't think of anyone else. But that's not right. If the Yin family wanted to invade the chaotic Azure Sea, that should have been 100,000 years ago, right? 100,000 years ago, Xiao Hongzhu and the Human King went east together, and they had already provoked the Yin family. But the Beast King proved his Taoism 60,000 years ago, and even Chu Hao didn't find the chaotic ocean until after the Human King went east. If the Yin family wanted to attack, they would have done it a long time ago. The timing didn't match the timing of the Yin family's attack. Han Fei couldn't help but suspect that everything the Beast King said was right, except for the timing. Unless the one guarding the chaotic ocean wasn't the Beast King. Han Fei asked, Master, did you establish the Martial Emperor City? The Beast King, yes. In fact, the original intention of establishing the Martial Emperor City was to balance this place. The sea demons can't all die. Otherwise, how can the humans be invincible? The experts of the Merfolk royal family could not all disappear. Otherwise, other races would definitely be born. So, I want to ensure balance between them. I want to let 1 or 2 true masters come out of the chaotic ocean. Of course, after I prove my Taoism, I also want to find the fairy and the divine sun. But I need to guard this place. Because there are strong enemies outside, I don't dare to spare any strength. So I didn't deliberately look for you. Because I know you will show up when it's time. Phew, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Master, do you know that Master Shui Xian has died and cultivated a reincarnation? The Beast King, when you came out of the barbaric abyss, I already knew everything I should know. Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. So, you knew the moment I appeared in the chaotic ocean. The Beast King said leisurely, Otherwise, do you think Huang Jingyuan couldn't kill you? If it weren't for the venerable emperor's will, how could you have resisted him? Han Fei, you also know about the Void Temple? The Beast King, that's the only thing Chu Hao didn't tell me. But you seem to have received the inheritance of the Void Temple. Han Fei, so, you just watched me being tricked by Bei Luochen? The Beast King, The venerable emperor is not omnipotent. At that moment, I also relaxed. When you fell into the boundless void, I opened more than 300 exits in the entire chaotic ocean. But you didn't run into any of them. I could only wait here. Han Fei couldn't help but recall that the nautical panorama did have directions, but he only had one chance to use it. He ran as fast as he could, but he still couldn't find the exit. Han Fei finally asked, "Master, is there another venerable emperor in the chaotic ocean apart from you and Chu Hao?" This time, the Beast King couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "How did you sense it?" Han Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Really?" The Beast King slightly shook his head. "I've always had a feeling that my journey has been too smooth. I've had one opportunity after another on my way to the Tao-proving realm. I once suspected that there was someone behind all of this who was arranging things for me. But so far I haven't found anything." Han Fei. Chapter 2081. Han Fei's guess was not wrong. Even he felt that the path of the Beast King was too smooth. It was so smooth that it made one's hair stand on end. Maybe the Beast King had also experienced a lot of things, but at least what he said was that opportunities were everywhere, waiting for him to pick them up. Although there were many opportunities in the chaotic ocean, it didn't make sense that there would be so many, right? At least, according to the Beast King's description, everything sounded reasonable, but it was very unreasonable. Han Fei thought that it would be terrible if the Beast King was possessed and his memory was also taken away, so he didn't dare to believe it completely. However, he would never show it on the surface. Since the Beast King was not malicious now, he would definitely let him go back. Once he returned to the chaotic ocean, he just needed to ask Chu Hao. Once Chu Hao confirmed the Beast King's words, there would be no problem with the Beast King. Han Fei also talked to the Beast King about the current state of the Divine Sun and the Water Fairy. When he asked about the war giants, the answer he got was that almost all the war giants were killed in the first battle against the sea demons, which made his heart sink. But thinking about it, it might be true, because the population of the war giants was not large. Under the circumstances that even the Beast King had to flee to the east, the probability of them surviving was not high. After Han Fei accepted the fact that the Beast King was still alive and had become a venerable emperor, and that he was also alive and was saved by the Beast King, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, how long did I stay in the endless void?" The Beast King said 7 days. Just 7 days? Han Fei was dumbfounded. If the Beast King didn't tell him, he would feel that he had slept for 700 years, which seemed to be a very long time. The Beast King said, "It's not bad that you can hold on for 7 days, but your Taoist heart is really not good. Don't you have that nautical instrument? If you use it again, you may find the target and run out by yourself. But you didn't move for 7 days. I almost wanted to go into the endless void to find you." Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming, "Master, can you enter the endless void?" The Beast King snorted and said, "As long as the passageway is open, it won't be a problem to stay there for a period of time. The true danger of the endless void is that it can wear away at the souls of those who enter. Those whose Tao hearts aren't strong enough will fall into a deep slumber after entering for a long time. They will feel as if their souls will be assimilated by the endless void." Han Fei nodded quickly. "That's the feeling, but I feel that my belief is firm enough." "Bullshit." The Beast King glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. "If your Taoist heart is firm with your strength, you can definitely stay awake for 7 days in the endless void, instead of falling asleep on the first day." Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. His Taoist heart was already so firm. But why did the Beast King say that his Taoist heart was not firm? Han Fei asked. What about those with a firm Taoist heart? How long can they last in the endless void? This time the Beast King shook his head. "You've stumped me, but I'm sure I'll be able to hold on for half a month." In the endless void, one could not feel the concept of time and space. The only thing one could feel was chaos. The endless void is the best source of chaotic energy. The best way for the heaven-opening state to absorb chaotic energy is the endless void. By accumulating a large amount of chaotic energy and slowly refining it through a cultivation method, it can be transformed into immortal spiritual energy. Is this how the heaven-opening state cultivates? Han Fei couldn't help but understand. He had been wondering why the heaven-opening state experts had so much chaotic energy in their bodies, while the venerable state, even the pioneer sea state, had pitifully little chaotic energy. Among the many kings he had killed, there were not many who had more than 10,000 wisps of chaotic energy. However, if the heaven-opening state could absorb chaotic energy so easily, it was no wonder that their combat power was abnormally strong. Seeing that Han Fei was slightly stunned, the Beast King snorted and said, "This time you've learned your lesson after suffering a loss. Although your strength is indeed not weak, your Taoist path is not firm enough. I even think that you don't understand what Taoist path you want to walk. You can't go on like this. You're strong, but the weakness of your Taoist path is too obvious. Once it's discovered, the consequences will be unpredictable." Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked by the Beast King. Is it that serious? Serious? Although I haven't really been to the Sea Realm, I've intercepted countless Sea Realm experts who tried to enter the chaotic, vast sea. You may not believe it, but there are even some venerables whose Taoist heart is not necessarily weaker than yours. Do you know what that means? Han Fei took a deep breath. Venerables. Han Fei didn't believe it. My Taoist path is firm, and I can even preach to Xia Shaochan and the others. Why can't I? The Beast King asked. What do you think is the most important thing on the path of cultivation? Is it opportunities, talent, combat skills, cultivation methods, bloodline, or what else? Han Fei said weakly, "Aren't they all important?" The Beast King shook his head. Of course not. All of these are just auxiliary. Even if your bloodline is the best in the world, your Taoist heart is incomplete, and you can't achieve the Taoist path. Even if you have the resources of venerable emperors for free, your Taoist heart is not enough and you can't cultivate it all. Even if one's talent was unparalleled, if one's Tao heart wasn't strong enough, others would be able to surpass one. Right now, you have the advantage of talent, luck, cultivation techniques, battle skills, but your Tao heart wasn't strong enough. If you really go to the Sea Realm and meet a real, peerless, heavenly talent like you, I'm afraid you will immediately be defeated. Han Fei wanted to deny it. I'm still a disciple of the Void Temple. There are only 12 disciples in the entire Void Temple, including me. Can others accept me? However, on second thought, Han Fei realized that the Beast King's words were not without reason. At least, he said that he hadn't figured out his Taoist heart yet. In fact, he hadn't even figured out what his Taoist path was. Suddenly, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Master, are the Taoist heart and the Taoist path the same?" The Beast King looked at Han Fei as if he were a fool. "Why would you ask such a stupid question?" Han Fei had to bite the bullet and said, "Although the question is stupid, what if it is an opportunity for me to have an epiphany?" What do you think an epiphany is? Do you think it's that easy? The Beast King couldn't help but shake his head. The Taoist path is the Taoist path. The Taoist path is the path you want to take. It is the direction of power you choose. Fundamentally speaking, the Taoist path belongs to the category of power. But the Taoist heart is different. The Taoist heart is the Taoist heart, and the Taoist heart is the heart toward the Tao. For the real strong, death can't stop their Taoist heart. The pain of the physical body, the lashing of the soul, and the destruction of all kinds of techniques, even if you are crushed to ashes, even if your soul is destroyed. As long as your Taoist heart is strong enough, there will be a trace of your obsession in this world. Maybe you can even have a chance to be reborn. What? Han Fei was shocked. Can I be reborn after my soul is destroyed? The Beast King said leisurely, "This is what I saw in the Emperor's handbook. Maybe it's just a guess. But the Taoist heart is the foundation of a person's strength. Right now, you have too many opportunities, too many treasures, and you are blessed with luck. These external additional forces make you extremely strong. So you have underestimated the Taoist heart, the foundation of cultivation. Han Fei couldn't help but remember when he last had an epiphany of his Taoist heart. It seemed to be in the soul-suppressing tower in the Bai Bei royal city. At that time, he set his sights beyond the chaotic ocean, and his goal was the infinite ocean. However, after hearing the Beast King's words, Han Fei felt that he was shouting a slogan. A slogan supported him to cultivate to the peak stage of the sea expansion realm. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Master, if my Taoist heart can't keep up, will it affect the growth of my strength? Of course, if your Taoist heart is not strong enough, the most basic manifestation is that your will is blank and your goal is empty. This level of Taoist heart will definitely hinder the improvement of your strength. Han Fei seemed to understand. The old turtle had been emphasizing the Taoist heart to him before. He thought he had understood it, but it turned out that he had never understood it. No wonder after he reached the peak stage of the sea expansion realm, even though his cultivation arts and combat skills were among the top of the thousands of races in the vast ocean, his strength still progressed very slowly. Because of the existence of the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei had always known that although he was very strong among his peers, he was not the strongest. However, before, Han Fei simply thought that the Emperor Sparrow was known as the strongest primeval beast because of its bloodline, which was why it was so strong. Therefore, he had been pursuing bloodlines and working hard to improve his bloodline level and life level. However, at this moment, Han Fei suddenly didn't think so. He felt that he might have understood it wrong. Maybe it wasn't the bloodline that made the Emperor Sparrow stronger, but the Taoist heart. After a while, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Master, what is your Taoist heart? The Beast King couldn't help but look into the distance. The beasts are withering. Even if you saved some of them, they are still too few and too weak. Compared with the Beast King Valley, there are much fewer kinds of beasts. Besides, the Beast King Valley was only a tiny part of the beasts, but I've searched the entire chaotic ocean and found no beasts. It's really not a great era for the beasts. Therefore, my Taoist heart is the rise of the beasts and the longevity of the beasts. To achieve this goal, I want to prove my Taoist heart and live forever. I even want to create the strongest bloodline for the beasts. With my blood, I will start the Tao of beasts and revive the beasts. Hiss, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is your Taoist heart really that ambitious? Why don't you just say that you want to become a god? Han Fei said, Master, I just need to be ambitious, right? Then I want to become a god. Bam! Han Fei was slapped away and rolled hundreds of times on the ground. The Beast King was speechless. You are so unteachable. Young Wang Han is still as simple as before. Chapter 2082. If Han Fei still couldn't be alert when everyone was talking about their Tao hearts, he would be really stupid. He knew that, apart from opening the sky, the most important thing for him was to find his own Tao heart. Of course, he had to go back to the chaotic ocean first. If he didn't come back, the bond established by him might not be so solid. So Han Fei said, Master, where are we? How can I go back to the chaotic ocean? The Beast King couldn't help glancing at Han Fei. What? You just met me and you want to leave? Am I so unlikable? Han Fei waved his hand and said, Of course not. Master, I'm very happy that you are still alive. However, the order of the human race in the chaotic ocean has just been rebuilt. If I'm not here, I'm afraid others won't be able to control such a force. After all, it's all scraped together. Humph! The Beast King sneered. You think you are very important, don't you? The Beast King said, In addition to you, there are also your group of friends and your little girlfriend. They have the same problem as you. At the end of the day, his knowledge was shallow and he was too dependent on others. The only two who are not bad are the spear user and the manipulator. These two are not bad. Their Tao hearts are definitely stronger than yours. I didn't pay attention to the others, but to put it bluntly, in the chaotic ocean, there are many people whose Tao hearts are better than yours. Han Fei guessed that he was talking about Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Xuanyu was the kind of person who was extremely perceptive and was very likely to establish his own sect. Luo Xiaobai was the kind of person who was extremely rational and smart enough to determine and strengthen her Tao and Tao heart. Hearing what the Beast King said, Han Fei felt it was reasonable, but it seemed that the Beast King was not going to let him go back. Han Fei asked, "Master, can you send a message to them? Tell them that I am not dead yet." The Beast King said, "Didn't you leave a rare treasure? If you are dead, how can they not know?" That's true. Since he couldn't go back, Han Fei felt that maybe it was not bad for him to break through here. Given his relationship with the Beast King, he would definitely tell him everything he knew if he asked about the way of opening the heavens. So Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Master, well, I've almost reached the peak of the Pioneer Sea realm, and my origin sea is full, and I've felt the opportunity to open the sky several times. But teacher, I don't have any feelings for splitting open the skies. Tell me, how do people usually split open the sky? What do I need to comprehend?" The Beast King looked at him, speechlessly. "I can't." "Ah." The Beast King snapped. "Your Tao heart isn't strong enough, yet you want to split open the sky? Even if you manage to survive and forcefully split open the sky, there might still be problems. Your Tao heart can't bear your power at all. You'll explode." "Explode?" "That's right." With a bang, he died, and his Tao vanished like smoke. Han Fei shivered. Fortunately, he didn't blindly open the sky. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Han Fei was speechless. Even someone as petty as Bei Luochen had a firmer Tao heart than him? He had already split open the sky, so how could I be weaker than him? Han Fei was a little unconvinced. "Why? If you say that Wang Yijian, that kind of ruthless sword cultivator, has a firm Tao heart, then I will believe you. However, how could Bei Luochen have a firm Tao heart?" Han Fei frowned with a bitter look on his face. The Beast King couldn't help but say, "Come, do you want to fight with the creatures of the sea realm?" Han Fei was shocked. "Master, are you going to send me to the sea realm?" The corner of the Beast King's mouth rose. "There's no need to send you there. There are many people who want to enter the chaotic Azure Sea. Isn't it simple for me to casually detain a few? A few decades ago, a few alien races broke into this place, but I didn't do anything. Now they are still trapped in a dense fog. You go and fight them. People from the sea realm." Han Fei was also shocked. He didn't expect that his first encounter with someone from the sea would be under such circumstances. Within a bewildering formation, 3 humanoid sea expansion experts were traversing through the mist. These 3 people were very similar to normal human beings. However, there were some differences. For example, their eyes were relatively big, but they didn't look cute. Instead, they looked very demonic. Their mouths were relatively large and thick, and their mouths were filled with sawtooth-like steel teeth. Of course, if you didn't open your mouth, you wouldn't be able to see it. In addition, the 3 of them had webbed hands and feet and bulging bellies. If you didn't look carefully, you would think that they were fat humans. Swish, suddenly one of them opened his mouth, and a long tongue shot out of his mouth. The tongue reached into the sea, and a black shark that had just entered the exalted realm was swept up by him. Then, when the tongue was pulled back, the black shark's body shrank rapidly, as if it had been shrunk, and was swallowed into this person's stomach. Burp. After eating the fish, this person burped and said angrily, "It's been almost 40 years, and we still haven't found a flaw in this sea. There aren't even many decent creatures here. I'm afraid we can't go back to the Frogman tribe." Another person said, "Don't be discouraged. It's only been 40 years. It's said that humans once walked out of this area. This means that this is not an abandoned wasteland. It could be the legendary starting ground. There might be some indigenous people here. The indigenous people are the richest. If we can get some money from them, our 40 years won't be in vain. Starting ground? How dare you think about it? This area has long been listed as one of the primitive graveyards. This means that people have explored this place countless years ago. It's good enough that we can get some scraps. The three of them grumbled to each other and continued to travel through the fog. For the sea expansion realm, a mere 40 years was indeed nothing. However, what were the starting ground, chaotic wasteland, and primitive graveyards they mentioned? It was worth thinking about. Buzzing all of a sudden, there was a fluctuation in the air. The three frogmen were all shocked. At this moment, they were not afraid of any movement, but that there would be no movement. Therefore, when the fluctuation appeared in the air, they were all shocked and immediately looked at the place where the fluctuation came from. When Han Fei appeared, he heard a burst of exclamations. He heard one of them say, "Human, it's a human, and he has reached the sea expansion realm. I knew it. This is not a wasteland or a graveyard. This place must have risen again." Seeing the three of them so happy, Han Fei couldn't help but touch his chin. It seemed that the chaotic ocean was not a good place in the eyes of the outside world. Wasteland graveyard? Was the chaotic ocean only this level? Before Han Fei took the initiative to attack, the three people immediately surrounded Han Fei. One of them said, "Human, tell us how to get in here, and we can spare your life." Han Fei looked at them indifferently. "Why do you want to come in so badly?" Seeing that Han Fei was so calm, the three couldn't help but frown. It seemed that they couldn't protect this person. They were all at the sea expansion realm, and if they couldn't even beat a native, they might as well kill themselves. One of them snorted. "Just say it. Since you don't want to say it, let's search your soul." As he spoke, one of them suddenly attacked. This person was extremely fast, and his feet cracked the void. But the void was not broken, which meant that the space strength of this place was far higher than that of the chaotic ocean. However, it wasn't much higher. This person used the broken thorn, and his speed was extremely fast. Han Fei estimated that this person's instantaneous speed was almost as fast as Xia Xiaochan's. This meant that this person's understanding of speed was more profound than that of the chaotic ocean, and the power that the thorn burst out was not weak either. It burst out at the same time with the power of the Golden Age Qi, which was mixed with the power of the chaotic ocean and the power of the Great Path. Han Fei felt that this attack was comparable to Zhang Xuanyu's heaven-knocking gate. Han Fei thought, are all the people in the sea realm so strong? A random sea expansion realm cultivator could snatch it to this extent, using the chaotic qi at will. Han Fei directly reached out to grab that person. This scene stunned the three frogman powerhouses. Was this person really that generous? You're just a sea expansion realm cultivator. How dare you grab my attack? However, the result also horrified the three of them. Han Fei blocked the blow with his palm, clenched the sharp thorn backhandedly, and slashed out with the Tao Convergence sword in his other hand. BM, the frogman powerhouse, was instantly blasted into smithereens. However, this explosion didn't turn him into dust. Instead, there was still flesh and blood. Han Fei could feel the power of this attack. This person's strength had probably reached more than 240,000 waves, and his body was also quite strong. Although he wasn't as strong as the top 10 on the sea expansion list, he wasn't far from it. Is this the power of a random sea expansion realm cultivator from the sea realm? Han Fei was shocked. If this was the case, how strong would the heavenly talents of the sea realm be? Han Fei was shocked, but the frogman was also shocked. This was just a land of the natives. How could the sea expansion realm cultivator be so strong? The person who was blown up by Han Fei was regenerating quickly. The other two rushed at Han Fei at the same time. One of them stirred up a huge wave and rushed at Han Fei, while the other seemed to be walking on the path of strength. He took out a small seal and smashed it at Han Fei. Bam! Bam! Han Fei punched out with both hands, smashing the wave and sending the small seal flying. With a thought, the three people were sealed by the time barrier. They couldn't even escape. How is this possible? You're not a native. You're definitely not a native. Han Fei's pressure descended. His blood soared into the sky, and his murderous intent directly pressed the three of them to the point where they could hardly move. Chapter 2083. These three frogmen from the sea realm didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying overlord in this wasteland. Under Han Fei's terrifying pressure, the blood in their bodies boiled and their will almost manifested. The three of them looked at each other and burned their blood almost at the same time. The chaotic energy in their bodies burned wildly. Under Han Fei's pressure, they stood up bit by bit. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. With his current strength, he was only in the Pioneer Sea realm in the chaotic, vast ocean. It was almost impossible to find someone who could rival him. At such a close distance, under his pressure, the three of them actually resisted, which surprised Han Fei greatly. Immediately, Han Fei unleashed his full power. He didn't believe he couldn't suppress these three people. However, when Han Fei unleashed his full power, the three people also began to use secret methods, trying to break free from Han Fei's suppression. At that moment, the three people took out their weapons at the same time, which were all ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Even if they had to die together, they had to seriously injure Han Fei and create a chance for themselves to escape. The detonation of three ultra-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasures. They broke through the time barrier and indeed pushed Han Fei back. Han Fei was even injured. There were hundreds of cuts on his body, and his internal organs were shaken. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But the three people were actually in a worse state. Their bodies were broken, and they had to spend a huge amount of energy to rebuild their bodies. Even so, they were still seriously injured. The three people thought they could push Han Fei back by detonating their weapons. At this moment, they were trying to escape together. They swam in the void, and their speed soared to the level of 100,000 miles in a second. This kind of speed reached a terrifying level of nearly 300,000 miles in a second. Swish, however, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let them escape. With a golden leap, he stood in front of the three people. He slashed with the yin-yang reincarnation knife and killed one of the guys who hadn't recovered yet. Boom! Above the sky, a crack of the Grand Tao flashed and disappeared. Maybe this was already the edge of the chaotic, vast ocean. So the scale of the natural phenomenon was much smaller than in the chaotic, vast ocean. One frogman died, and the other two immediately retreated. One of them yelled, "We can't stop him. This man walks on the Grand Tao of time and is too strong. Today we're doomed. But no matter what, I'm not willing to die like this." Burning Meridian, giant frog battle physique. When Han Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. This person had actually burned all of his meridians, including his soul, flesh, blood, bones, and chaotic energy. In any case, his body had suddenly doubled in size, and his strength had actually doubled. This person used his arm as a blade and slashed at Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but be amazed. This power was already comparable to 90% of his power before he activated his great path. This made him feel both shocked and longing. If any king in the sea realm was this strong, then what level would he be at if he went? Of course, in the face of this person's attack, Han Fei didn't hold back. He stretched out two fingers backhandedly, and the Tao Convergence sword instantly defeated this person and completely annihilated him. At this moment, the great Tao crack had just appeared, and the last remaining frogman tried to self-destruct. But how could Han Fei allow that? The void lines were already prepared, and when they saw this, they immediately went over. However, with a bang, the man still blew himself up. Even two of Han Fei's void lines were shattered, and his soul was slightly damaged. Han Fei couldn't help but frown, and his face became serious. Why did this happen? At this moment, the Beast King appeared beside Han Fei and said lightly, "What did you feel?" Han Fei said very strong. If most of the pioneer sea realm cultivators in the outside world are this strong, I'm afraid few of the kings in the chaotic, vast sea can be regarded as heavenly talents. The Beast King said, "Do you know why you can't control this person's soul?" Han Fei looked at the Beast King in surprise, but then he understood. After all, the Beast King had already achieved immortality. If he couldn't even see through the void lines, how could he be called a venerable emperor? Han Fei shook his head. He didn't understand this either. The Beast King said, because of his Taoist heart. His Taoist heart was very strong. Even if he died, he didn't want to be controlled by you. So he self-destructed, and your Taoist heart is not strong enough. Otherwise, he would never have had a chance to self-destruct. At this time, the Beast King chuckled. Now you know the problem with your Taoist heart, right? It's not enough to fight with nothing. The Taoist heart is the foundation of a cultivator. Hearing the Beast King's words, Han Fei was depressed, but the three of them were indeed not weak. Unfortunately, Han Fei had planned to capture another person and search his soul. He did not expect the other party to be able to resist the control of the void lines. If it were before, Han Fei would have thought that the quality of the void lines couldn't keep up. But now, Han Fei knew that the reason for the problem was that he didn't know enough about the Taoist heart. Han Fei asked, "Master, you haven't been to the outside world yet." The Beast King shook his head. The outside world is very dangerous. There are even venerable sovereigns coveting the chaotic, vast sea. I do want to go, but it's just as you can see. Every few days, someone would barge in. I could have just left, but all of this was with the intention of hunting this place. If they really come in, how much trouble do you think it will cause? The Beast King said, "Now I will give you two choices. One is to go to the oceanic realm. One was to return to the chaotic azure sea. There are many benefits in the oceanic realm. Your vision, knowledge, comprehensive strength, combat techniques, and even resources will be improved. Of course, it will be more dangerous. When you return to the chaotic azure sea, what you need to consider is not your strength, but your Taoist heart. It's up to you to choose." Han Fei took a deep breath. Without thinking too much, he said frankly, "I'll go back to the chaotic azure sea." How many races were there in the chaotic azure sea? How many races were there in the oceanic realm? The oceanic realm was so big that if he went there, he would not be able to come back in a short time. And he still had a lot of things to do in the chaotic azure sea. The inner area had not been solved, the heavenly desolate city had not been rebuilt, and Sherpa Huang had not been killed. Besides, since there were still flaws in his cultivation, it was even more inappropriate for him to advance rashly. The oceanic realm was a place he would go eventually, so there was no hurry. Seeing that Han Fei was quite calm at this moment, the Beast King couldn't help but nod slightly. At least you know your limits. You should take a good look at yourself now. If you choose to go to the oceanic realm, I will be disappointed. Han Fei asked, "Master, how do I go back?" The Beast King said leisurely, "Don't you have that nautical globe? Why do you need me to teach you when you go back?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that it was fine. Anyway, he would have to come out again. However, it was not easy for him to meet the Beast King, who was already an emperor. If he didn't take any benefits, wouldn't he be a little stupid? So Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you have anything to teach me?" Bam! The Beast King slapped Han Fei directly into the bottom of the sea with a backhand and cursed. "You are so unteachable. Do you still need anything? You are so rich. Do you still need anything?" The Beast King was so angry that he left, but he also left a mark which was the way back. He knew that Han Fei had entered someone else's sea of source, and the resources of the three people who had just died were left to Han Fei. Han Fei sighed. "Fine, I won't give it to you. Why did you hit me? Why are you so angry?" After a moment, Han Fei appeared in the sea of source of one of the frogmen. When he entered the Sea of Source, he was shocked to find that this frogman's Sea of Source had been developed for more than 60,000 kilometers. But the resources were distributed within less than 20,000 kilometers, which was much less than Han Fei's. As for the chaotic energy, there were surprisingly more than 50,000 strands, and this was the result of using up a lot of it after the last outbreak. The other two Sea of Source were about 50,000 kilometers wide, which also had less resources but more chaotic energy. In terms of the size of the Sea of Source, these frogmen's Sea of Source were larger than those kings in the chaotic ocean. Obviously, the resources they obtained were mainly used to expand the Sea of Source, so the number of resources in the Sea of Source was not enough. However, Han Fei was sure that in the Sea realm, the source of chaotic energy was definitely much easier than in the chaotic ocean. Just these 3 people alone, he had obtained more than 140,000 strands of chaotic energy. If he were in the chaotic Azure Sea, he would probably have to kill at least 20 kings to get this number. 1 year later, in the outer sea of the chaotic ocean, in the human gathering place. Now, Han Fei's disappearance didn't cause the gathered immortal palaces to separate again, because people found that when the immortal palaces gathered together, the relationship between them became more harmonious. Whether it was trade, resources, or their own forces, they were stronger than ever since the end of days. Among the many immortal palaces, the only one that was missing was the Yin-Yang Heaven. Because Han Fei was not there, no one could control the Yin-Yang Palace. However, many people from the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven came to the outer sea to study. Even the overall strength of the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven was improving by leaps and bounds. However, the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Heaven dabbled in all kinds of arts and techniques, which were originally from the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. Therefore, they needed to communicate and learn from other immortal palaces. And those immortal palaces that had disappeared in the early years, after feeling the harmonious environment in the outer sea, were all tempted. One after another, the lost immortal palaces returned. Less than a month after the Flying Feather Heaven and the Lawless Heaven returned, the population here increased by 1/10, all from other immortal palaces. The 36 Xiantian heavens gathered in the academies under the good immortal palaces, but the admission requirements were too difficult. Besides, now that the immortal palaces gathered, the population turnover was too high, and the number of students was easily full. When the Flying Feather Heaven and the Lawless Heaven returned, there were naturally many people who came. The 2 immortal palaces, which had a relatively small population to begin with, were naturally happy to accept these people to settle down. In a place called Moonlight Town in the Flying Feather Heaven, a young cultivator traveled here, built a thatched hut on the edge of the cliff, and planted a yard less than a kilometer. After finishing his work, he lay under the moonlight and fell asleep. Chapter 2084. Without Han Fei, the life of the human race had to go on. A race would not easily fall into desolation because of the disappearance of a powerhouse. In particular, Han Fei had created a prosperous era for the human race. Although Han Fei didn't think this was the golden age. After Han, Fei disappeared. The Sword God Palace brought the glazed sky, the greater darkness sky, and the immeasurable sky out of the sea region where they were and joined forces with the falling dragon sky, forming an opposition to the inner region. Because of Han Fei's incarnation, the Emperor Snail temporarily left the land of origin and quietly guarded the sea near the human settlement. Most importantly, in just a few decades, Han Fei's Zhang Daqian had grown too fast and had now stepped into the Venerable Realm. As soon as he entered the Venerable Realm, Han Fei's strength became extremely powerful. Now that the Demi-Monarch realm was out of the picture, few of the almighty beasts could defeat him. As a top heavenly talent of the giant beast lineage, in the Emperor of Snail's opinion, it would be best if Han Fei's main body died. The main body fell and the avatar rose. Obviously, Han Fei's octopus incarnation was very talented. In the future, he would definitely become a top talent of the giant beast clan, and his strength couldn't be weaker than Tai Yuan's. This was the behemoth bloodline's treasure. 12 years after the immortal palaces of the outer domain gathered. Now, in all the major palaces, streets and alleys, even children a few years old, all knew Han Fei's name. It was even because Han Fei's expedition had caused too much noise. After his return, the kings were unable to account for it, so they wrote Han Fei as a heroic figure. Although no statues were erected in the various palaces, they still wrote about him. The name of the human king was known by everyone. For example, even the children on the roadside could read aloud who is to blame for the collapse of the human race. The outer lands are disliked by the inner lands. 100 demons bully us for having no emperor to disturb the human world for 100,000 years. Human king is not afraid of wind and rain. The gathering immortal palace is here. The long journey to death. Human king splits the sky in anger. Poor hero is full of hardships. The void is endless. My king is trapped. I only hope that when the vault of heaven opens, the appearance of the king of man. At the peak of the mountain in that battle, only 2 people could leave behind a nursery rhyme. One was Han Fei, who sighed for the hero. As for Wang Yijian's words, there were also many yearning, such as, Wang Yijian, Wang Yijian. One sword to kill an emperor who can predict a human sword immortal. Today was a special day. Back then, when the immortal palaces gathered, there was no leader. There was not a single person who could oversee this place, because the yin-yang heaven didn't have a successor. In the end, the 9 palace heaven appeared. With Han Xian's strength, he oversaw this place, and now he was the leader of the outer domain. The reason why today was a special day was because Han Xian was going to split open the sky. Han Xian had become a king for 100,000 years, and his strength had already reached the peak of sea opening realm. However, after the battle with the 100 demon tribe, he suddenly understood something. He realized that the problem was that he was too all-round, but he didn't have the strongest Tao. According to the logic of a normal person, Han Xian would definitely have to choose the most suitable path from the various grand Taos that he dabbled in, and it was the path that he should take the most. However, Han Xian didn't understand. Since he was walking on the path of omnipotence, why didn't he carry it forward? If he reached the heaven opening realm, he would also be an expert among them. At that time, his strength wouldn't be any different from sea expansion. He would be incomparably powerful. Of course, it was not just his understanding of the battle with the 100 demon tribe that inspired him to split open the sky. Instead, he watched helplessly as Han Xian disappeared in front of him. This was Han Guanshu's only son in this world, his only nephew, but he couldn't take good care of him. This was the fundamental motivation for Han Xian to split open the sky. At this moment, above the 9 palace heaven, the mighty thunderbolts had struck 7 times. Unlike the heavenly tribulation of becoming a king, the heavenly tribulation of splitting open the sky itself was actually not so ridiculously strong. The key to splitting open the sky was enlightenment, and the heavenly tribulation could be forcibly passed. The kings didn't know what Han Xian had comprehended, but when the 8th heavenly tribulation came, thousands of strange Taos suddenly burst out of Han Xian's body. At this moment, the kings were horrified. Even Luo Xiaobai and the others seemed to understand something. Han Xian had walked on thousands of Taos at once. This was the only person in the history of the human race who had walked on so many Taos and could still pass the heavenly tribulation here. It was reasonable to say that if a person walked on one Tao to the end, he would be equally powerful. And if one walked on thousands of Taos, it was impossible to be proficient in all of them. In fact, it was very likely that one would go crazy and have no hope of splitting open the sky for the rest of his life. However, at this time, the difference between a wise man and an ordinary person was revealed. Han Xian could create the 1,000 trickeries divine and ghost disc and build the internal comprehensive trial field of the 9 palace heaven, which showed how intelligent he was. Therefore, others didn't dare to leave, but Han Xian drove them away, and he left without scruples. It was as if he knew there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went to the tiger's mountain. The purpose of the heavenly tribulation was to split open the sky. Therefore, the kings watched to see how the heavenly tribulation was going to split open the sky. In the sky of the nine-palace heaven, in a remote place, there were actually many venerables watching. However, what could the venerables understand? It might be just for the atmosphere of splitting open the sky. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could still witness the grand feat of splitting open the sky. Unlike the inner periphery where there were only Pioneer Sea realm powerhouses, in the periphery, there were countless venerables. Almost all the venerables of the foreign domain of the human race had come. Among these venerables, a venerable with messy hair and a big beard, holding a green wine gourd in his hand, was also watching the scene. Gulp! The sloppy man casually took a sip of wine, and the smell of the wine attracted the surrounding venerables subconsciously to stay away. Of course, there were also many venerables who liked to drink. Several men came over. "Brother, your wine is very strong. Why don't you have a taste?" The sloppy man smiled. "It's not easy to make wine. What should I drink?" "Hey, we are all fellow Taoists. What's wrong with a sip of wine?" The sloppy man scoffed. "Go buy it yourself." "Oh no." The sloppy man turned over, leaned in the air, and squinted at the sky. The venerables who came to ask for wine naturally didn't waste time on Han Xian, but focused on watching Han Xian's tribulation. At this moment, behind the crowd, a group of female venerables came over. Someone smiled and said, "It's the female cultivators of Fan Yin Tian and the 100 Flowers Palace. How delicious!" Someone sighed. "It's a pity that there are too few female venerables. It's really difficult to find someone to dual cultivate with." Someone said, "Hey, I heard that a peerless heavenly talent of Fan Yin Tian has cultivated the book of Sanskrit and mastered it in only 7 days. Is it that woman?" Someone glanced at the person who spoke with disdain. "Nonsense. You don't even know Juyin Ling? Fan Yin Tian is now a hot heavenly talent. It's said that there are more than 1,000 venerables chasing after her. The top heavenly talents of the major palaces are all fascinated by her, but she doesn't like any of them. TSK, TSK. Someone sighed. "It's a pity that I won't get a share." Someone sneered. "Eat *T. I heard that this woman is even more talented than Bingxue Chuling. After the expedition, she broke through 3 realms in 1 day, setting the fastest cultivation speed of a venerable." You, who are you?" The venerables next door were chatting, but when Fan Yin Tian and the 100 Flowers Palace walked together, these useless venerables were all stunned as they watched these female cultivators pass by. However, among these people, only the sloppy man was indifferent. He was half lying in the void, drinking hard liquor. When Juyin Ling passed by this place, she couldn't help but be attracted by the wine gourd in the sloppy man's hand. However, the appearance of the gourd seemed different from what she remembered, and the smell of alcohol wasn't right. If it were him, he wouldn't drink such inferior liquor. "Ling, do you know this person?" Juyin Ling frowned slightly. She couldn't see the sloppy man's eyes clearly, but both his temperament and body movements were very different. She couldn't help but shake her head slightly. If it was Han Fei, why would he be among the venerables? Even if he didn't look for her, he should have gone to Xia Shaochan and the others. The female venerable next to Juyin Ling said, "Let's go. Come closer. This is a grand event. We can't miss it." "Okay." After Juyin Ling left, the sloppy man slightly smiled, and Wang Li said in a low voice, "Not bad." The strange phenomena displayed by cultivating 10,000 das at the same time were indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, when the 8th heavenly tribulation arrived, purple lightning fell from the sky. Most people looked at the purple lightning in the sky, but only the sloppy man slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the purple glow in the void. Primordial violet qi? When Han Fei saw the primordial violet qi, he suddenly grinned, thinking that the tribulation was a sure thing. In the process of opening the sea to opening the sky, there was a very short process where one could obtain the primordial violet qi. It was not only the source of power transformation for the Sky Creator. However, once the primordial violet chi appeared, it meant that Han Xian's strength had been rapidly improving, and his origin Xi might have been rapidly expanding. It was almost a certainty that he would be able to open the sky, unless the heavenly tribulation could shatter the Qianji godly ghost disk. However, that was almost impossible. Others might not know, but how could Han Fei not know that the Qianji godly ghost disk had a fifth form? Gulp! Han Fei drank a mouthful of hard liquor and slightly smiled. He said casually, "Uncle Xian, congratulations." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked up at the sky in shock. The unkempt figure had already left quietly. Joanne Ling, who was also looking up at the sky, suddenly felt as if she had lost something. She suddenly turned around and looked at the direction where the sloppy man was, only to find that he was nowhere to be seen. Joanne Ling had no time to care about the ceremony and immediately turned back. She scanned the surroundings with her perception, but she couldn't find the man at all. Behind her, a female venerable chased after her. "Ling, who are you looking for?" For these people, they had already forgotten the sloppy man just now. But Joanne Ling was different. Her body trembled slightly. "He's back." Chapter 2085. Han Xian's opening of the skies signified the rise of the outer realms. With a heaven-opening expert overseeing the outer realms would have a backbone. Except for Joanne Ling, no one realized that Han Fei had probably returned. Even Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai didn't know the news. Time passed quickly. The alliance of the outer realms slowly began to show the advantages of the human race's unification. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had gone to the 100 Flowers Palace to cultivate. It was said that her strength had increased rapidly, and she had begun to stand out amongst the sea expansion realm. Xia Shaochan returned to the mermaid royal family and was said to be cultivating in seclusion. Zhang Xuanyu spent most of his time in the Nine Palace Sky, and he had already gone through most of the trials in the Nine Palace Sky. Lu Renquang went to the Behemoth clan, but he didn't embark on the Behemoth divine path. It was just that his heaven-devouring power and the cultivation of the Behemoth clan had a mutual effect. In the blink of an eye, 23 years had passed. Lawless Sky, Moonlight Town. No matter which world it was, the lives of the lowest class of humans were actually the most colorful. There were many things they needed to care about. Especially in villages and towns, ordinary people's lives were mainly about fishing or trials. After the major immortal palaces moved together, all kinds of new projects began to be built because of the urban agglomeration. Naturally, teleportation arrays connecting the major cities of the major immortal palaces were indispensable. As for the division of the fishery in addition to the previous way, each family circled a piece of land, divided into several levels of fishery and planned dangerous areas. He also established a unified super fishery for some talented people. These people would usually arrange experts to follow and protect them. In the town where Han Fei was, the minimum requirement to be selected as a talented person was a teenager with a spiritual heritage of level 5. If he was only at level 5, but his spiritual beast was not good enough, he was not qualified for the selection of outstanding talents. The corner of the village where Han Fei was located was next to the Moonlight Monastery of the 5th Academy in Moonlight Town. In the evening, carrying the fishing rod in his left hand and the gourd in his right, Han Fei was walking home. It just so happened that the Moonlight Cultivation Academy's break day arrived. Countless youths rushed out. Their favorite day was a break day. When they brushed shoulders with Han Fei, they would always say hello to him. A young man asked, "Uncle Joe, did you catch anything good today?" Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "No, I only got 2 blue lobsters." A youth smiled and said, "Uncle Joe, you must have sold the goods and exchanged them for wine, right?" The group of youths laughed. They were already familiar with this routine. Han Fei had lived near the academy for more than 30 years. He had always been a hidden fisher and hadn't made any progress after such a long time. In the years since Han Fei moved here, even in the Moonlight Cultivation Academy, there had been many young powerhouses, many of whom were law enforcers, and some of the heavenly talents had even become explorers. Nowadays, the human settlement was filled with spiritual energy, and the environment was friendly. It was relatively easy to cultivate, and the growth of young people was always very fast. The hidden fisher realm was actually not weak for the ordinary people in the town, but each generation was stronger than the previous one. Everyone still looked down on Han Fei's strength and didn't fear Han Fei, so they often teased Han Fei. However, these teenagers didn't hate Han Fei, because they all wanted to have a sip of Han Fei's wine. Although Han Fei used all the fishing resources to exchange for wine, it was not a big deal. But it was said that the wine Han Fei exchanged for was of a high grade. For ordinary teenagers, a sip was at least equivalent to dozens of days of cultivation. Therefore, there were often people carrying seafood and running to exchange for wine with Han Fei. Of course, the probability of their success was not high, because if they wanted to go to Han Fei's place to exchange for wine, they had to fight with Han Fei, and they had to last more than 5 minutes. At first, everyone thought that a drunkard would be easy to beat. However, later they realized that a drunkard who had been a hidden fisher for so many years was also a peak-level hidden fisher. It was very difficult for them to fight with him at the same realm. However, every day there were still students who were tirelessly beaten up by him. It was said that in the past 30 years, a total of 28 students had drunk wine with Han Fei, an average of less than 1 per year. One of the teenagers said, "Uncle Gio, I heard that the idiot went to fight with you today. Teach him a good lesson. I've been annoyed with him for a long time." Someone echoed, "Yes, teach him a good lesson." Gulp. Han Fei raised his head and took a sip of wine. Got it. The idiot these teenagers were talking about was a sword maniac. He had been challenging Han Fei for more than half a year and had not won even once. As for why he was a sword maniac, it was because he yearned for Wang Yijian, who was his greatest idol. This kid was determined to become a man like Wang Yijian. After a moment, Han Fei saw a boy standing outside his courtyard with a wooden sword in his hand. The reason why the boy insisted on using a wooden sword was that he was afraid of hurting Han Fei. But in fact, one of his wooden swords was broken every day. When the boy saw Han Fei return, he immediately shouted, "Uncle Joe, I'm here again. I'm here to challenge you. Today, I've learned a unique skill. I can definitely defeat you." Burp, Han Fei grinned. "I'm tired of hearing you learn a unique skill every day. Come on, I'll eat after the fight." When the boy heard this, he said with a sullen face, "Uncle Gio, no matter who the enemy is, you should face your opponent. You're making me lose face." "Bah," Han Fei scolded. "You still have face? You can't even beat me, and you still want to be a sword cultivator like Wang Yijian?" When the boy heard this, he was suddenly unhappy. "Uncle Gio, you can't call the sword immortal by his name. Forget it, come on. Today, you can experience the horror of a sword cultivator." He put the fishing rod and gourd outside the courtyard, waved his hand and grabbed a knife. "Come on. Hurry up, don't delay my meal." When the boy heard this, his face immediately became serious, and the wooden sword in his hand flew. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately shook his head slightly. What a showy show! However, the next moment, the boy's strength exploded, and he pushed the hilt of the sword with one hand. The sword was like a swimming snake, twisting in the air and stabbing at Han Fei. Han Fei had long been used to such fancy moves. He casually slashed down with the knife. Yes, it was pure slashing. However, to Han Fei's surprise, when Han Fei saw this slash, the corners of the boy's mouth curled up, and the swimming snake sword suddenly shrank. The boy grabbed it, and it became a simple straight stab. When he saw this stab, Han Fei knew that the boy had indeed comprehended something. His attack was no longer fancy, but became simple. A stab was a stab. That stab was a combination of strength, focus, and sharpness. Because Han Fei only used the strength of an ordinary hidden fisher, when it collided with the wooden sword, the wooden sword exploded with a bang. However, the boy's hand that was holding the sword did not tremble. Instead, when Han Fei's knife fell, he stabbed straight at Han Fei, even though there was only the sword hilt left. Seeing this, even though Han Fei had 100 million ways to block it, he did not do it. He let the sword hilt press against his body. However, in the boy's opinion, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. It must be because Uncle Gio had not reacted yet. Ha ha ha. I won. The boy was ecstatic for a moment, but he immediately stopped smiling and straightened his face again. We sword cultivators will not be proud of 1 or 2 victories. Uncle Gio, you are a worthy opponent. Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, this is probably the best sword cultivator in history who can brag with a straight face. He is long-winded, stubborn, and fantasizes all day long. However, he had to admit that this boy was quite persistent about sword Dao. Although Han Fei looked down on him, this boy's strength was actually very high in the Moonlight Cultivation Academy. He could be ranked in the top 100. However, if it weren't for the fact that his spiritual beast was an ordinary sword turtle, he could actually be included in the list of key cultivators. Gulp. Han Fei casually raised the gourd, took a sip, and then threw the gourd over. Only 1 sip is allowed. The boy was overjoyed. He finally got to drink Uncle Gio's wine. His goal was no longer to drink, but to treat it as an honor. He thought that he had worked so hard for so long and finally got to drink it. Of course, he had to vent. So he opened his mouth and took a big gulp. Before he could continue, he found that the gourd in his hand was gone. Then he heard Han Fei curse, reincarnation of a drunkard. Drinking so much is a waste of good stuff, isn't it? Burp. The boy didn't take it seriously and just said, Uncle Gio, let me tell you, as a person, you have to have some goals. It's useless for you to just be a hidden fisher. Well, you have to. Have ambition. Fan Busi will eventually. Burp. Eventually 1 sword. 1 sword. BM. The young man fell to the ground with a thud and fell into a deep sleep. Han Fei shook his head slightly and hooked his finger. The boy had already fallen asleep on the vegetable field in the courtyard. His skin turned reddish-brown, and his whole body was smoking. Spiritual energy was pouring into his body. Of course, this phenomenon was stopped by the restriction of the small courtyard. Han Fei smacked his lips and said, Do I need you to teach me? Han Fei didn't even cook. He directly lay down on the recliner, hung the gourd on the edge of the chair, and fell asleep. At midnight, Han Fei raised his eyes slightly. Fan Busi had made a breakthrough, and a small sword appeared between his eyebrows. How stubborn! What's so good about sword cultivation? At that moment, Han Fei's perception swept across the entire Moonlight town. In fact, he didn't do this kind of thing often. He just wanted to take a look when he was in the mood. A small town with a population of more than 12 million. Han Fei found that those who were still at home, whether they were teenagers, adults, or old people, were all cultivating. Those who were really sleeping were less than 1 in 10,000. Han Fei couldn't help but think, why is everyone working hard to cultivate? Han Fei glanced at Fan Busi and couldn't help but ask, Boy, if one day you really kill an emperor with 1 sword, what else will you pursue? Han Fei directly asked Fan Busi's soul, even though his soul was in a state of confusion. But he could also listen to the most real feelings in his heart. Fan Busi seemed to say in a dream, Of course, I want to be like the emperor to help the world, to open up the sky and the sea for the human race, and to fight for a bright world. Han Fei couldn't help but feel refreshed. After a pause, he laughed and scolded. So, don't you still worship me the most? Chapter 2086. Fan Busi's words touched Han Fei's heart. He had become the king that others wanted to see. However, Han Fei knew that he wasn't. Therefore, Fan Busi's words didn't resonate with Han Fei. Fan Busi made a breakthrough. He thought that he was too excited yesterday and made a breakthrough. And Han Fei, as usual, worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. However, soon Han Fei left the Moonlight Town. Because he had stayed here for too long, the teachers and students of the Moonlight Monastery basically all knew him. The main reason was that Fan Busi actually comprehended sword intent and formed a sword ball after drinking a mouthful of enlightenment wine. In order to avoid being associated with him, Han Fei moved to a small place called the Bright Moon Village in the Moonlight Town. And this time, Han Fei was no longer a sloppy man, but a captain of the sea patrol team in the Bright Moon Village. He was responsible for leading the patrol mission in the sea area of the Bright Moon Village. This time, Han Fei changed his face again, replaced by a strong man with a strong back and a bear's waist. After all, he was a captain, and he had to be able to control people. Because Han Fei was in charge of the ordinary fishery, the level 1 fishery and the level 2 fishery, he was used to seeing life and death. Even though he was a king and could save anyone in danger with a single thought. However, this was the rule of the world. Ordinary people were always like this. Every day, some people died, some people made breakthroughs, some people were happy and some people were sad. Some people were rising and some people were falling. Without the warning of those who died to the world, how could there be generation after generation of strong people who persistently cultivated and made breakthroughs? However, because Han Fei's position was a very important person in charge, he had to deal with a lot of things every day. There was a fight in a place, and someone was looking for him. Someone had an accident in the fishery, and someone was looking for him. Someone's seafood was sold at a low price, and someone was cheated, and he had to be responsible for investigating. What's more, the order of the entire Bright Moon Town port was set by him. Han Fei sought the truth in the world of mortals, so he should accept everything he encountered. Whether it was a life or death event, or a trivial matter, it was a matter. However, Han Fei had once been the lord of a city, built the City of Justice, and managed the Scattered Stars Island. So he had done everything very well with his best efforts, even the trivial things. One day, the village leader of the Bright Moon Village led a group of heavenly talents to the comprehensive fishery in the human gathering place. They were attacked by mess-swallowing worms and almost died on the spot. Han Fei was appointed as the acting village leader of the Bright Moon Village. In fact, with Han Fei's reputation in the Bright Moon Village, it would only take him a few years to become the acting village leader. Woo! Of course, Han Fei was not called Han Fei now, but Han Yi. A pseudonym was meaningless to Han Fei. He could see it in the dark, so he took it casually. This year was the 38th year since Han Fei left the Moonlight Town. One day after Han Fei became the village leader for a full 24 years, a young girl came to the Moonlight Town to practice asceticism. The human settlement had a population of trillions, and there were simply too many people who trained in the mortal world. However, under normal circumstances, few of them would put themselves in a very low position. Even if there were, they would pass by in a hurry and would not stay for too long, because most of the people who trained in the mortal world wanted to experience the world. Moonlight Town. The moment the young girl set foot in the Moonlight Town, she came to the house that Han Fei had abandoned in the past. She was very familiar with the structure of this kind of building, from the window format to the indoor layout to the farming method outside the courtyard. The corners of the young girl's mouth curled up slightly. Quietly, she had come here. No one had been in this house for several years. Besides, there was a small tomb in the yard, which made the young girl quite confused. But she didn't think too much and stayed here. One day, half a month later, the young girl was setting up a barbecue grill and carefully putting some minced garlic on the barbecue. At this moment, suddenly a young man with a sword on his back stood at the door of the yard, frowning at the young girl. "Who are you?" The young girl was slightly taken aback. People came and went every day, but she had never seen anyone come here. She didn't expect that someone would come today. The young girl said, "Is this your house?" The young man shook his head. "No, but this is my friend's yard." The young girl's eyes lit up. "Oh, your friend?" The young girl couldn't help but look at the tomb in the yard. The The young man froze and shrugged helplessly. I don't know. He's probably dead. But I owe this friend of mine a favor. Every year, I come here to bring him a pot of wine. The young girl grinned. He likes to drink. The young man couldn't help but laugh. He loves wine, and the gourd never leaves him. Maybe for him, it's the bliss of the world. With that, the young man came to the center of the vegetable field in the yard, took out a wine gourd, and sprinkled the strong wine in front of the grave. This person, of course, was Fan Busi. Fan Busi said, "If you have nowhere to go, you can stay for a few more days. But remember to help clean up the house when you leave." The young girl replied, "Okay. What did this friend of yours do for you?" Fan Busi was a bit talkative. Seeing that someone wanted to ask, he immediately said, "It's a long story. My friend was my teacher and friend. It was because of him that I firmly embarked on the path of swordsmanship. He was invincible among the hidden fishers. At first, I just wanted a sip of the wine in his gourd, but later, I didn't want to drink anymore. He was my goal to defeat. Unfortunately, not long after I defeated him, something happened to him." "Alas!" the young girl asked, "How do you know something happened to him?" Fan Busi said with a smile he didn't have any goals. He went fishing every day in exchange for wine. He either died in the process of fishing or drank himself to death. Either way, it's not bad. However, I finally drank a mouthful of his wine. You might not believe it if I tell you, but on that day my mind was clear, and on the second day I broke through. In 3 months, I comprehended sword intent. Now, I'm one step closer to my goal." The young girl was puzzled. "Your goal?" Fan Busi chuckled. "Don't laugh at me if I tell you." The young girl shook her head slightly. "Everyone has a goal, and I also have an unrealistic goal." Fan Busi said in surprise, "Really?" "My goal is to become a being like Master Sword Immortal one day. Being able to kill an emperor with one sword is my greatest pursuit." The young girl's hand that was brushing the sauce trembled, but then she said, "Come on, maybe you can achieve it." Fan Busi was pleasantly surprised. "Huh, you are different from others. You don't think I'm bragging?" The young girl said, "How do you know you can achieve it if you don't work hard?" Fan Busi immediately slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. I knew there were smart people here. What about you? What's your goal? Why is it unrealistic? Are you and I kindred spirits?" The young girl smiled and shook her head. "I don't want to be a sword immortal. I am myself. My goal, well, maybe it's a little more difficult than yours." Fan Busi exclaimed, "More difficult than my goal? Tell me, I have wine. Let's have a drink." The young girl didn't stop him. She just felt that this young man really didn't look like a sword cultivator. Maybe that was why Han Fei treated him differently. The young girl said, "My goal is to fall in love with someone I shouldn't fall in love with. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't love. I want to be able to stand by his side openly one day, forever." Fan Busi thought to himself, what an infatuated girl. He comforted her. "As you said, how do you know if you don't try? Who is that person? How strong is he? You don't seem to be from our bright moon town. I didn't see your strength at first glance. I'm afraid you are even stronger than me, right? Is that person a venerable or a hero?" The young girl smiled. "He's a human king. Pooh, Bright Moon Village." Early this morning, Han Fei was already standing in the place of spiritual awakening in the village. However, the statue erected in this place was Li Yingtian, and Han Fei had no feelings for him. It was much grander than the scene of the Heavenly Water Village's Talent Awakening. Because the lawless sky didn't have a main city, it shared the main city with the Flying Feather Sky. So an explorer from the Flying Feather Sky came, led by Han Fei and the explorer. When the time was up, Han Fei shouted, "Enter the pool and awaken the spirit. Listen to me. Stay down there as long as you can. Besides, no matter how good your spiritual beasts are, they are your most loyal companions. People may lie, but your spiritual beasts won't. Therefore, Every spiritual beast is a godsend companion. Open your mind and feel. The explorer couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, thinking that what he said was a bit interesting. Because there were many kings in the human settlement, spirit awakening fluid was not very valuable. But it was not an unlimited supply, but just enough to create a sense of rarity. While the spirit awakening was going on, suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. He looked at a plainly dressed girl in the crowd, and then his heart sank. Why is she here? Have I been exposed? Is it possible? However, Han Fei found that Zhu Yinling just watched this scene quietly and didn't pay much attention to him. So he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be a coincidence. He didn't expect this girl to experience the mortal world again. However, Han Fei agreed with her. As a half-king, with Zhu Yinling's perception and his cultivation, she indeed needed to experience the mortal world more. If she had come to find him, she would have come a long time ago instead of waiting until now. Besides, everyone thought that he was lost in the endless abyss. Thinking of this, Han Fei was relieved. He hadn't finished his cultivation yet, so it was not appropriate for him to see anyone.